to this. And then I'm going to share. Let's see.
Robert from Bloomington, Minnesota. Good morning.
Okay, so
Okay, now it's back up.
Okay.
And we're seeing the presenter view.
Okay. You're still seeing the presenter view?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, sorry guys, that took a while.
Meaning like we're seeing your slides and everything and not the full screen.
Oh, shoot. Okay. Yeah. So when I use the slideshow, I'm not seeing my notes, which is crazy. Okay, so hold on, wait. You're seeing everything but my notes, right?
We're seeing everything, including your notes and the slides and everything.
Oh, that's weird because on my screen, I can see that you guys are full view. Okay. Okay.
So now we see the full view.
Okay. Do you see my notes?
No.
Okay, good. Okay. Oops. Let me go back. Okay. Are we ready, people? Sorry. The learning objectives is examining historical moldings to appreciate the genius behind their designs and application, understand the reality of modern wood resources and the direct relationship with today's manufacturing processes, and using historic moldings in today's real-world applications. So design details is our first. We're going to jump right in to the most challenging part, delving into psychology and history and aesthetics to discover the reasons historically accurate moldings make a room feel good. Why it matters, why your customers will see the difference. Historical moldings have an emotional appeal that they just feel right. Then we will look at moldings themselves and how they used to be made and how they're made now. It's true, the art of molding manufacture and design has been lost. Seeing how early builders used to design and craft moldings will give you a new respect for skills and knowledge they had, some of which we've completely forgotten. The master craftsman or the practical house carpenter of 100 and 200 years ago was schooled in the art of molding. From the design and geometry of the molding itself to the actual quality hand-planed production of molding. Altogether, I'm going to try and change the way you look at the moldings themselves. By the time you leave, you'll be able to see the difference between classically designed, hand-planed quality moldings with right proportions and scale to the lifeless modern moldings that we see out there today. So here is a classic design, a few classic uses of moldings in a home. And here's another one. Why does a room with historical moldings feel more elegant, more homey, more inviting than a room with ordinary modern moldings? There are objective reasons for the subjective experience. There is a psychology to these moldings that can be understood. This gets a little abstract, but it's fascinating because it explains how molding functions within the total design and why they're so important. Although these factors work together, let's look at each of these separately. Moldings are used for two purposes. One is to accentuate and highlight structural elements like doors and windows. Second, they should introduce proportion and human scale. This is what makes a person feel comfortable in a room. This is what makes a room feel, for the lack of a better word, elegant and expensive. Think about rooms without moldings. The waiting room in your doctor's office, for example, or a room at a hotel. You feel like you're in a box. Windows and doors are holes cut in a box. Add moldings, and we should have something that reinforces the structural elements. Accentuate details means they must look like they are still architectural elements that are structural, not decorative. They must communicate strength and purpose. Don't forget that moldings in their original form were structural. When they were made of stone, they were actually helped to hold up the building. Today, they are merely decorative, but we still depend on them to communicate in a proper sense and purpose and meaning. That means the base should look like it can support the wall. The crown should look like it supports the ceiling. Furthermore, the window and door casings must look like they fit with the door. They must accentuate these openings so they look proper. The Greeks and Romans get credit for discovering and formulating the secret of good proportion. They believed in the esoteric power of good proportions for their temples, but modern psychology bears out the practical effects proportion has on the human experience of a structure. Proportion is how moldings relate to each other. Scale is how we relate to the parts. Probably when I say proportion and scale, you think of issues architects deal with, but I believe we all understand it instinctively. We feel it. It's sometimes it's something we know without having to verbalize it the way architects do. For example, if you walk in a small room like an 8 foot by 8 foot with low ceiling, and this room has 14-inch built up crown, it would look and feel wrong. Why? Because our sense of proportion and scale is wrong. The size of proportion of the crown compared to the room is too big, and thus our sense of scale or who we relate to room to the room is thrown off. The moldings in Windsor's collection are scaled on different levels from grand rooms like classic colonial to small homes, and they are all proportionally correct within each style. Why do some proportions feel better than others? The Greeks discovered more than 2,000 years ago that some proportions were more pleasing than others. They discovered one proportion that they consider to be the perfect proportion, even mystical. The perfect proportion is found in the golden rectangle. Within the golden rectangle, you can also find what is known as the golden ratio, which is phi or 1.618. In the golden rectangle, phi is found by dividing the length of the long side by the length of the short side. In other words, 3 times 5, 4 times 6, 5 by 8 are roughly equal to phi or the golden rectangle. Mathematically, the small side is in relation to the large in the same ratio that the large side is the sum of the two sides. Put another way, it means that the square drawn in the golden rectangle creates another golden rectangle, and you can keep going. You don't have to follow all the math, but you get the idea. The golden ratio is an irrational number, approximately 1.618, 033, 988, 749, 894, 848. That possesses many interesting properties. Shapes defined by the golden ratio have long been considered aesthetically pleasing in Western cultures, reflecting nature's balance between symmetry and asymmetry, and the ancient Pythagorean belief that reality is numerical reality, except that numbers were not units as we define them today, but were expressions of ratios. The golden ratio is still used frequently in art and design. The golden ratio is also referred to as the golden proportion, golden mean, golden section, golden number, divine proportion, or secto divina. What this means is that when the golden ratio is used throughout a design, then every part, no matter how large or small, is in proportion to the next smallest or largest part that unifies the whole design. Not only is the most pleasing, beautiful proportion, it's also found all through nature, in the proportions of plants and animals. The Greeks thought it was God playing with mathematics. For example, if you draw a curve through this, you get a perfect logarithmic spiral, which is a spiral found in the chambered nautilus. If you break out these rectangles and draw a circle or arc between the outside points of each square, you see that a nautilus shell is perfectly drawn. Each part of each chamber is related to the next in the same proportion. It's the proportion of organic growth. What does this have to do with architecture? The Greeks really understood the golden ratio and the golden rectangle. Again, they believed in the esoteric power of good proportion. Thus, they used it wherever they could in the design of their buildings and temples. The Parthenon is considered to be one of the most perfect, most pleasing designs in terms of harmony. First, we'll draw the roof back on the building to restore its original shape. Did you know the roof was actually blown off by the Ottoman Turks in the 17th century? They used to store their weapons and powders in the Parthenon. And in fact, the rubble surrounding the building is the roof itself. So I found this on the internet. In 1687, under attack by the Venetians, the Turks stored gunpowder in the mosque. Struck by a cannonball, exploded and killed 300 men. The roof walls and the 16 columns lay in ruin. So now we draw a rectangle around the outer edges of the building, not just any rectangle, the golden rectangle. If you continue to build golden rectangles, as we did with the chambered nautilus, you begin to see the perfect scale and perfect proportions of the Parthenon. Essentially, the building has been divided up, and all questions about size of entablature, size of each, height of pediment, and are decided by this rule of perfect proportion. The golden rectangle is actually used throughout the building in hundreds of ways. Scale and proportion, in addition to the detail that is carried throughout the collection, it is all scaled and proportionate to each other. In this collection, the bead detail, which shows up in the base cap, the casing, the crown, and the chair rail, are all important details that help make the collection have harmony. Look at the bold details on the build-up crown. So you can see that the Greeks and Romans understood scale and proportion, and they used their knowledge to formulate what we know today as the 5 orders of architecture. Each of these orders encodes a system of proportion, thus the reason they're called orders. These 5 orders are higher or more ornate, depending on the needs of the building. Tuscan was simple, while the composite was very ornate. Now, here is where we come back to moldings. When Plaudio and the others went and chronicled the ancient Greek and Roman ruins in the 1400s, it was discovered that there were originally 8 shapes used over and over that helped define the 5 orders architecture. These 8 original shapes were combined together and in different sizes make up the moldings and designs we know today as classical. Moldings are really a language of elements, originally devised by the Greeks. Each shape had a purpose or a function that worked to communicate something. For example, the torus was meant to communicate strength, and this is why it sits at the bottom of the column, because it is strong, it is a strong molding that looks like it can support or hold up the column. Other shapes, like the scotia, are more subtle moldings and used to accentuate other shapes or details. The element of today's interior moldings are mapped directly from elements of the classic column. Original moldings were structural in their purpose. And the idea of perfect proportion is also encoded and passed down from temples to interior rooms through this connection. Notice that these rules of scale and proportion have been passed down to us, and the moldings that are common to us today are still caught up in the classical language. Note that the cornice from the entablature is where we get our crown moldings. The picture mold height was determined by the architrave. The chair rail height and others are all proportionally correct in each room and laid out by these rules. Well, what's the point? The rules of scale and proportion, an unquestioned part of how we interact with a building or a room. And in the same way that systems of proportions are encoded in the orders, systems of proportion, formulas for perfect decision, are incorporated into molding sets. Here's where we are. We just talked about the experience. Now we get into design. What is the difference between these two moldings? Well, remember that the elements of interior moldings are mapped directly from the elements of the classic column. And that the 8 original moldings, when combined together and in different sizes, make up the moldings and designs we know today as classical. The molding on the left is a modern molding, and on the right is a craftsman profile. Notice how the moldings seem balanced. Note that the way in which the cove and the ogee support one another. The cima recta up top and the cima reversa on the bottom complement each other. This molding just feels right. It's simple, it's clean. Its scale and proportion is very pleasing to the eye. This modern molding that we pulled from a manufacturer's webpage could be one of the most strangest moldings I've ever seen. Check it out. It makes no sense. First off, I don't know if I see any of the original molding elements. I suppose that OG is an attempt at the cima recta. However, it's weakened scale. And the bumps at the bottom, they don't mean anything, and they'll be very difficult to interpret from the ground when it's installed, and not to mention become a blob when covered with paint. And what are the little squiggly things at the bottom? Anyways, simply stated, this lifeless wimpy molding will simply not translate in any way to the wall, but the classic molding will. So what happened? How did we get here? Why are we stuck with a lifeless wimpy moldings today? To better answer that question, let's look at how moldings were made 100 and 200 years ago, as this will give us good insight in the difference between classical and modern moldings. The builder would select designs from pattern books. Pattern books were how designs from master builders and architects taken from classical architecture were passed down and distributed to local builders and carpenters throughout the country. Then they would scale the design to the proportions of the room or the wall. They learned practical geometry to be able to do this. Then the moldings were hand planed out of the best heartwood. Pattern books were influential books that passed down trade secrets and good rules of proportion for historic builders and craftsmen. They were often written by successful or influential designers and craftsmen, such as Asher Benjamin and Charles Bulfinch, who had solved many of the problems encountered in the designing millwork. Here's the picture out of the 19th century Asher Benjamin pattern book. The details shown are quite specific to scale and designed so that the master builder could get ideas and understand how the moldings were used and designed. Remember, this was a time when the three most popular books were the Bible, Pilgrim's Progress, and Fox's Book of Martyrs. For a builder to have a pattern book in his library was very rare and pointed to the builder's good taste and understanding of classical design. This is a reprinted copy of another of Asher's books titled The American Builder's Companion. This was one of the most popular pattern books. It influenced the design of thousands and thousands of 18th century homes. Here's another of Asher's books titled The Architect or Practical House Carpenter. Let's look inside and see what I mean when we say that the master craftsman or practical house carpenter of 100 and 200 years ago was schooled in the art of molding. From the design and geometry of the molding itself to the actual quality hand-planed production of the molding. This is one of the pages where the builder learns practical geometry. These lessons were important in drafting and designing moldings. The builder learned the geometric relationship between the 8 original elements of classic moldings and developed the sense of proper scale and proper proportion and good design. Let's take a look at what I mean. This is from the chapter devoted to designing and scaling moldings. This paragraph, taken from the text, describes how to design and scale a cima reversa using a straight edge and compass. Think about it. So much care went into getting the moldings right. This is part of what I mean by the lost art of moldings. They knew that getting the geometry of the shapes right would produce moldings that were pleasing and harmonious. And getting the proportions right ensures that everything worked together to give the room that elegant feel. Here's an 18th century cabinet shop. This is what a joiner's shop would have looked like at this time. Most millwork went on into these historic houses would have been made by a joiner. He would have gone to the house, taken his measurements, and then gone back to the shop like this to manufacture the millwork. An apprentice would have hand-planed all the moldings like this young lad. As those of you who have used a hand plane would know, there is nothing like the crisp, clean lines that come from a sharp molding plane. Planed or shaped by hand, beating planes and radius planes give crisp, clean cuts, creating details pertinent to the hardy historical moldings. Sharp renderings were just as important as the design and scale. So what happened? Where did the hand-plane classical design moldings of proper scale and proportion go? In the 1800s, pattern books began to lose their influence, and this was okay at first, as many of the classic designs were carried through to the manufacturer catalogs, and for a while the manufactured moldings were as good as the hand-plane moldings. However, in the 1900s, to save money and time, design features became compromised. Templates used to cut the moldings degenerated over time, and new templates were made from sloppy copies of old templates. Thus, patterns lost their sharpness. Kind of like when you make a Xerox copy of a Xerox copy of a Xerox copy. The image gets kind of mushy. And that is what happened with the templates. The knowledge of what a molding should look like had died away, so nobody knew there was a problem. Then the government got involved and made things worse. Here's an article from the 1931 Builders Magazine. Look at the 3 moldings. The 2 moldings on the left were 2 existing standard moldings, and the molding on the right reflects changes that were made at the time. At first glance, it looks fine, But upon closer inspection, you can see some big areas of change. Note at the top of the molding how it has gone from a half an inch to less than a quarter. Second, notice the cove at the bottom. The cove is really shrunk and is not near as bold or clear as it was. The proportions have changed. This marks the beginning of the end of classical design moldings. Why did they do this? Well, note that the government standard molding has less wood for machines to remove from the blanks. This meant the machines would run moldings at higher speeds. This was important as more and more houses were mass produced. Classic moldings took a back seat to production efficiency. Then the housing boom after World War II finished the job. With the overwhelming need for cheap housing, mass production methods, and a booming market, design details like good moldings got lost. After a few generations of neglect, as the old craftsmen died off, the art of molding was lost to mass building. Boo. Understanding the genius behind the designs allows an architect or designer to use moldings as they wish, correctly. Their theme being carried through the entire house, inside and out. Good molding should be a true 3/4 inch. Again, good molding should be a good 3/4 inch thick. We've talked about the experience and about why it's important how the moldings are made. Now let's touch on a few America's defining architectural styles to reinforce how scale and proportion are used correctly. Classic Colonial, Greek Revival, Classic Craftsman, Colonial Revival, and the Victorian period. The classical colonial style captures the spirit of the colonial era, riding the line between Georgian and federal, communicating all the ideas of that era. These would have been inspired from pattern books like James Gibbs and would have been hand-planed by a master craftsman. This is the William Gibbs House on the Battery in Charleston, South Carolina, which was built in 1772. The moldings in this house are the basis of the classical colonial package. William Gibbs was one of the most famous and influential architects of his day, and his house is the epitome of elegance and style. It is seen as one of the most famous colonial houses in America. By looking at these interior rooms, we can see how they originally laid out the walls of each room. They were scaled out, and this determined the size of the base or other detail. The builder uses knowledge of geometry and proportion to scale it out. And here's a modern application of a classical colonial. Our next style is Greek Revival style. This pattern is heavily influenced by the pattern books of Asher Benjamin around 1820 or 1830, in height of the Greek Revival influence. Greek Revival was an important architectural style in America. Americans really related to this style because the Greeks were the first democratic culture. Our democracy was still young, but we were becoming an important nation, and thus we're proud of this democratic experiment, which was working so well. The key difference in the collection is that all the radiuses are based on the egg or the elliptical versus circular. This means the shadow lines are not as harsh and are softened or more subdued. In fact, the cohesive detail in this collection is the elliptical shape which shows up in the base cap, the casing, and the crown. The Victorian period was made up of many different micro periods, including many revival periods: the Gothic Revival, the Greek Revival, Italianate, Second Empire, Stick Eastlake, and Queen Anne. All these periods tended towards more elaborate and complicated displays. The Queen Anne was one of the most prominent of these, 1880 and 1910. The period was so eclectic, it's difficult to point out a defining example of the style. This was almost an anything goes attitude towards moldings and ornament. This is why you'll never see a true Victorian style molding in a molding line. This period of anything goes was also due to the Industrial Revolution. New machinery, new ways. Craftsmen had new tools that they were using to trick out designs. The Gothic Revival was the first and most important of many house fashions to sweep Victorian America, starting in the 1840s. This style harked back to medieval castles and cathedrals, and its growth in popularity came simultaneously with romantic movements in all the arts. That is, simultaneously with the infamous Victorian taste for melodramatic music, plays, and novels. It was an odd Victorian who saw an essential difference between enjoying a romantic novel by Sir Walter Scott, set in a never-neverland of knights and castles, or building an expensive house in that same style. The Gothic Revival house is characterized by steeply pitched roofs, pointed arched windows, elaborate vergboard trim along roof edges, high dormers, the use of lancet windows and other Gothic details, and board and batten siding, often set vertically rather than horizontally. The greatest concentration of classic Gothic Revival houses is in New England, but the more modest folk Victorian houses, which were built by working class Victorians, eventually became so ubiquitous that it's almost impossible to imagine an American not covered coast to coast with them. In the Midwest, farming communities in particular, this style exhibited incredible durability and in folk Victorian form was still being built as late as the 1940s. The next fashion was the Italianate, so called because it looked to the country villas of northern Italy for its inspiration. The style was characterized by a rectangular massing of the body of the house, often arranged picturesquely into asymmetric blocks to imitate the sprawling look of century-old villas in Italy. The style also featured low-pitched, often flat roofs, heavy supporting brackets under the eaves, often elaborately carved, and windows with heavy hoods or elaborate surrounds. The style often features a square tower or a cupola, in which case it is sometimes referred to as Tuscan. Although very elegant and even grand, Italianates are fairly common in the East, Midwest, and on the West Coast, but this particular Victorian style is fairly rare in the South. The time period of the greatest popularity for this style was the 1860s and the 1870s, which coincided with the economic devastation brought on by the Civil War, and there were few in the post-war South who could afford to build expensive new houses then. The Second Empire style was fashionable at about the same time as the Italianate, but its popularity was more spotty geographically. Most large cities in the industrial Northeast and the Midwest have many examples, but the style is fairly uncommon in the South and on the West Coast, and quite rare in the Rocky Mountain states. The most distinguishing character of the style is the mansard roof, which is almost always heavily pierced with dormer windows featuring very elaborate surrounds. Colored tile patterns on the roof and iron crustings were also often incorporated. The style took its inspiration from French architecture, which had come to feature mansard roofs in America. in America, the Victorian upper crust. Uh, in America, it was the look and the romance of the style which appealed to the Victorian upper crust, and they sometimes added corner coins, belt courses, and other decorations to give the style even more of the Renaissance flavor. Very elaborate Second Empire mansions are sometimes referred to as the Renaissance Revival. Industrialization gets going full steam. The next major Victorian house style was the Queen Anne, which so utterly dominated Victorian residential architecture from 1880 to 1910 and is now virtually synonymous with the phrase Victorian house to much of the public. The Queen Anne style, at its most extreme, is characterized by bewildering excess, featuring large projecting bay windows, towers, turrets, porches, often on multiple stories, balconies, stained glass decoration, roof finials and crustings, walls, carvings, and inset panels of stone or terracotta, cantilevered upper stories, acres of decorative trim, patterned shingles, belt courses, elaborate brackets, banisters, spindles. Even the chimneys on the Queen Anne houses are spectacularly crafted, as the photo here shows. That was a lot. Okay, now the stick style. Popular from about 1860 to 1890, is sometimes considered to be high Victorian elaboration of the Gothic revival style, and or is considered to be transitional style between the Gothic revival and the Queen Anne. Whatever the classification, the style is sufficiently distinct to deserve separate mention. The classical craftsman style is one of my favorite styles. It captures much of the craftsman ideas and retains a classical flair. Remember, the arts and crafts movement was a rejection of heavily ornate and bright Victorian style. Instead of molding and shaping the wood, the moldings were flat and plain. This collection is a good turn of the century package because it also has some classical elements. Look at the header of the doors and windows. Essentially, we have a mini entablature with the cap as your cornice, the broad frieze, and the architrave. This means the side casings are the columns and the plinth blocks acts as the base. Notice the picture mold. Classically, the picture mold should work like the architrave of the entablature. Notice the architrave here and the frieze. The shadow lines are great on this package and really look wonderful in the room. Here's an example of a craftsman molding using craftsman moldings used in a post office restoration. Sorry. This last package comes from a 1920s manufacturer's catalog and does a great job of communicating classic ideas at a reduced scale. The 1920s through the 1940s was another time of great patriotic zeal. Architecturally, we copied the styles of our forefathers. This package is tied together with the OG or S-shaped detail that shows up on all moldings in this collection. Here's the modern application of the colonial revival. Looks beautiful. Raw materials and manufacturing. Okay, so reality of modern wood resources, there's old growth and plantation growth. Popular molding substrate options you have are solid sawn lumber, PVCs and synthetics, or manufactured wood lumber that's finger jointed or MDF. Unfortunately, old growth forests are becoming a thing of the past. There used to be an abundance of old growth lumber, but the availability is now limited. Plantation grown forests are where most of today's timber used for moldings originates. PVCs, the advantages, they're stable, defect-free, minimal maintenance. Disadvantages are the cost, environmental impact, workability. They are hard to work with. People don't like breathing in the sawdust when they cut it. It's very dangerous. Popular substrates are solid sawn, manufactured wood, and plastic. Solid sawn lumber, the advantages are stain grade. Disadvantages, it's juvenile wood and it's unstable. The defects are knots, wane, pitch, pockets, tear-outs. Cutbacks add up, and the cost of heartwood is expensive. Manufactured wood, advantages, quality, clear, consistent, defect-free, cost, coating, they're pre-primed, and they're available. Disadvantages, they are paint grade. MDF is less than ideal for milling. Low quality glues and coating systems can drastically affect performance. The future of wood is in a plantation-grown manufactured. The future of wood is in plantation-grown manufactured wood. Although you have the options between MDF or FJ, which is finger joint. FJ is a better choice from a performance and flexibility standout. MDF can be fickle and fragile at miter joints and is highly susceptible to failure if water intrudes a joint. Also, they swell. So any type of water gets in there, they swell up and they look really bad. Finger joint material has the same qualities as solid sawn without the defects and is also more consistent and it's in its widths and lengths. It too can have issues with water, but only if cheap glue is used and the factory finish is poor. The key to performance for either is making sure that all cuts are sealed. Products for trim and molding details are now mass produced, which allows many different types of producers and manufacturers to get in the game. You, as an architect or specifier, need to carefully select the products that you're going to ultimately put your name on. So here's identifying qualities. A skip is an area of the board that the planer has failed to surface. A stipple is coarse textured surface of the wood. And chattered is patterns of marks appearing across the board, usually appearing within 12 inches of the edge of the panel. The probable cause for chatter is, in most situations, the problem is caused by not enough pressure on the smoothing bar. Out of balance rolls and bearings or abnormally thick belt splice may also cause chatter. The builder itself, they're in-house. They have a shop, a garage, they're on-site, third-party lumberyard. Questionable quality if done quickly. If they take their time and do a good job, it's very expensive. So, okay, so manufacturer versus a builder. And then you have a lumberyard. In-house planer and molder, third-party manufacturer. Points get added to the final cost of the material when using a third party. In-house quality is going to be inconsistent and more expensive. A manufacturer, quality control, efficiency, cost, and specialty. Using a manufacturer whose whole job is to consistently produce a product spec is often the most cost-efficient way to acquire a high-quality molding. The Forest Products Laboratory research states that 2 coats of acrylic latex is the best performance paint system. And you can find that at www.fpl.fs.fed.us/. There you go. Forest Products Laboratories. Latex paint. Also, let me go back to that. Okay. Do coatings affect quality? Factory application. The way they do it is a flow coater, they dip it in vacuum. Field application, they spray, brush one side, back prime. So the question mark on the one side, most of them do just spray on one side. They don't back prime. So there's the question mark depending on who the manufacturer is. So back priming is the key. On the left, storage, we must keep it off the ground, keep it covered, keep it away from moisture. This did not happen, and the material now has mold on the surface. So it matters how the product is stored. On the right, keep it off the ground, keep it covered, keep it away from moisture. This material is stickered up off the concrete, which is good, but it would be best if this material was at least 8 inches off the ground. Concrete can be a big culprit of moisture and lead to the problems with this material when it is installed later. So I always tell the contractors to keep it 4 feet off the ground, put them on sawhorses, and put a tarp over it. If they're not going to immediately install it, put a tarp, and the tarps that are out there are not 100% waterproof. So make sure they make like a pitch so that the dew from the night can fall to the side. Again, that is if they're going to store it outside and not under a conditioned place. It is of high importance to get installation specification into your architectural plans. Most builders don't know or understand what to look for in an installation, especially in exterior application. The need to understand how to properly seal cuts, adjust the proper nail depth, and recommendations for quality top coats are paramount. These may not apply to all products, but is a must for wood products. Proper storage, sealing, saw cuts, nailing patterns, proper nail depths, and quality top coat. Those are all super important. And if you as an architect are not sure of this information, point the contractor in the direction of the manufacturer. So there are problems here. On the left, material was not primed or flashed. This is going to lead to splitting, cracking, rotting, and movement within the material. On the right, this is not that bad because this is an interior application, but a contractor worth his salt is going to prime the cut made on the header board. With no prime on that cut, there is a risk that this piece will move, if ever so slightly. This will be very noticeable if the end is not primed on the exterior. Prime all cuts. Prime all cuts. It's important to know what to look for in installation, especially in exterior application. Sealing cuts, proper nail depth, and quality top coats are paramount. These may not all apply to plastic products, but definitely for all wood products. Always refer to manufacturer information on specifications. Okay, so here's a before look of a room without molding and after. Before, after, classical colonial. Here's another one, after, Greek revival. Before and after, classical craftsman. This room is very orange, my God. Okay, very orange. Rusty, whatever you want to call that color, but there's a lot of it and they need some plants in there. That's all I have to say. Some greenery. Here's a before and here's the after colonial revival. Okay, if you have any questions, visit our website. For exterior and interior and exterior use, Windsor 1 finger joint boards and moldings, always smooth, tight, and clear, consistently true, technically superior. Contractors absolutely love the product. It's plantation grown from Chile, manufactured here in the US. We have two plants, one in Willits and one in Surrey, Virginia. It's engineered wood. We have superior glue. In fact, our glue is cured by radio frequency. It's pre-primed. We have 16-foot lengths, interior and exterior, historically accurate moldings, and square trim. And you can get your CADs and request samples on the website. And I believe that is it. Woohoo!
Thank you, Anna. Let me look in here. You can go ahead and stop the share. I'll just bring us up on
Okay.
screen together.
Okay.
Awesome. Perfect. There we are. Let's go ahead, since we have some time, to launch the 2 poll questions. Here's the first one. Do your projects include retrofits and or restorations? I'm gonna give you about 60 seconds for that. Yeah, I love that rustic paint, but it was a little too much because it was that plus the furniture.
I'm like, get some green in there. We need some
some
plants.
we need some plants for sure. That was a little too much.
Yeah.
All right, 20 more seconds, everyone. And also, we're going to go into the session code review process later. Here's the session code for you all, 136968. That is in the chat for you, but we're going to the review process shortly after. All right, let's go ahead and end the poll and share the results. So we do have, we have 67% yes. People include retrofits and or restorations in their projects.
Nice.
Perfect. And let's go ahead and launch the second one. Who is selecting the moldings for your projects? And we'll give you about 40 more seconds for that. All right, just a few more seconds. Okay, thank you for those who participated. I'm gonna go ahead and close the poll in 3, 2, 1. All right. So we do have 9% homeowner, 30% interior designer, 4% contractor, and 57% architect.
Huh.
Perfect.
Awesome.
Anna, thank you so much.
You're so welcome. Thank you, everybody. That was my first time. Woo, woo.
Welcome back. Welcome back. And then we'll see you again for another, right?
Sounds good.
Awesome. Thank you again.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, everyone. Once again, this is the very first session code for the day, 136968, 136968. It is also available for you in the chat. And we're going to go into how you can submit your session codes throughout the day or at the end of the day. Once all of the sessions are over, it's your choice. But here is how you do it. Okay, there are 2 ways to access your ATS account. The is via the ATS website, which is at atsseminar.com. And the second is via the ATS mobile app. And you can use the QR code on the screen to download the app. If you go to your account on the website, please open up a separate browser window if you are joining via Zoom browser and go to atsseminar.com. And once there, you will log in like you did when you registered for today's seminar. And if you'd like to enter your session codes on the app, once again, please use the QR code on the screen and download the app. And on the browser, to log in, enter your email address and your password. And if you get to the website and it says My Account in red in the top right corner, that means that you already logged in. Woohoo! So just click on the red My Account button and that will take you to today's agenda. And on this screen, you'll see the words Enter Session Code next to each course in today's schedule. And since we just finished Reviving the Lost Art of Moldings, go ahead and click Enter Session Code there, that dark blue button there, Enter Session Code. And I'll take you to the next screen. And this is where you will enter the session code in the session code box. Once again, 136968. Enter that into the blank entry field. And next you'll click on that dark blue circle that looks like a play button. And that'll take you to the course survey. Now, these next steps are very, very important. The course survey is 6 multiple choice questions and 1 open-ended question for presenter feedback. You do need to provide feedback in order for your session code to process. Some of the presenters offer samples. So if the presenter offers a sample, you'll have an additional question in the course survey. And once you're done, hit the Confirm My Presence button. And that will take you right back to the agenda for the day. And if everything was entered correctly, you will see presence confirmed where that enter session code button was. It should be green notification showing presence confirmed. And that's it. And if you have any questions, please be sure to reach out in the Q&A panel and I'll be sure to help you there. And handouts from today's speakers are available for download also from your ATS account dashboard, once again at atsseminar.com. All right, so please hang tight. We'll be back at 9:10. So that's a few minutes from now with our next speaker, Lola Wilson from Structural Wire. And Lola will be covering optimized lath selection for enhanced stucco performance. So please hang tight. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. And we are right on schedule with our next presenter. Please help me welcome Lola Wilson with Structure Wire Corporation for an optimized lab selection for enhanced stucco performance. Lola, hello, how are you?
I am good. Thank you, Fulgens. How are you doing this morning?
Very good. Very good to see you here.
Good. Thank you for having me. I appreciate having the time with you all today.
Absolutely. Lola, whenever you're ready, please go ahead and share your screen and get you set up here.
All right. Let me know when you can see it.
Yes, we do. And you are all set. Take it away.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very much for the introduction. Again, Lola Wilson. I'm with StructaWire. StructaWire is a company that has been acquired by Clark Dietrich a few years ago. So we are wholly owned and operated by Clark Dietrich. StructaWire products are manufactured in British Columbia, Canada, and we manufacture only lath products for stucco reinforcement. Now, Clark Dietrich manufactures a whole slew of other metal type products, but I focus specifically on the lath products for the StructaWire brand. And so today our presentation is going to talk about those products. Most of you know who Clark Dietrich is. They are a large steel stud manufacturer. They are throughout the United States. They have basically 1,400 employees and just a lot of customer service. And it's a great company to not only work with, but to be employed by as well. And with that, let's go ahead and get this party started.
Lola, I think you froze if you can hear me. Hang tight, everyone. Hang tight while we try to get Lola back. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Lola will be back momentarily.
Hello, Fulgence. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
One moment. Let me try to get you back up here. Yes, you're back. Welcome back.
Oh my goodness, I didn't even know you lost me. I am so sorry.
Yeah, I tried to
I
send you a few
apologize.
messages. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah.
Boy, okay. So are we ready to get back on?
Yes, please.
Okay, let's see.
Thank you for your patience, everyone. Sorry about that.
Yes, so sorry about all that. I don't know how I ended up losing you. Can you see everything? Are we okay?
I just need to go back to your full screen with seeing your notes.
Oh boy. Okay. Let's see if we can exchange that. How's that?
Yes, that's good.
Much better.
Yes.
Okay. I apologize. I don't know what happened. I didn't even know I fell off. So where are we at? Did you want me to just scoot ahead, or what was the last thing?
You were at the very beginning, and that's when we lost you, like right around the first slide or so.
Right here.
Yeah, and then can you click on hide on that little thing is sharing your screen if you have that? There you go.
Perfect.
All right, take it away.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for hanging in there. Thanks for listening, and I apologize for the delay and the issues with my computer. I don't know what happened. Let's move forward. So lath, when we're talking about lath, we're going to talk about a few different things, but right here in this particular slide, we are talking about the installation of lath. And when we started building homes out of wood timber, we used what was known as a wood lath. That lath was placed in a horizontal fashion, allowing for gaps in between the wood so that the plaster could key in and get behind that lath. We want to make sure that our plaster is attaching mechanically to the plaster or to the lath, and we also want to make sure that it's mechanically attached, not only mechanically attached, but also chemically attached as well. And our lath should perform similar to rebar. Our rebar is never laying flat on the ground. It's elevated so the concrete can get around the rebar, and the rebar helps to reinforce the concrete. Your lath helps to reinforce the plaster and the stucco. So your lath should be held away from the substrate. So there's airspace between the substrate and the lath. In fact, ASTM requires a fur on all lath on vertical surfaces so that the lath can be held away from the substrate, allowing for the plaster to get behind it and key in and mechanically attach. Our plaster is typically found in the warmer climate zones where the raw materials are easily located, like California, Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado. We see it in Utah, Texas, and Florida as well. The properties of stucco are Portland cement, sand, lime, and water. Compressive strength is about 2,500 psi after your 28-day cure time. Stucco cracks because it's low in tensile strength. How do we help increase that tensile strength? Well, a lot of manufacturers are putting fibers in the cement, and they're coming out to the job site, or the products coming out to the job site in bags where it's pre-blended with the fiber and the cement, and all they have to do is add water. The fibers help to increase the tensile strength. Lath that's properly embedded into the center of the stucco matrix will help to also increase the tensile strength. And that will help to reduce cracking as well. Advantages of stucco, it's very versatile. A lot of different finishes, textures, colors, fade resistant, impact resistant, very economical. One of the least expensive wall cladding systems you could specify on your exterior. Your traditional three-coat stucco system could be either wood framing or steel framing. You could have open framing or a solid substrate. The solid substrate could be OSB or dense glass, gyp sheathing, any type of glass face sheathing of that sort. Then if you have a solid substrate, ASTM requires 2 layers of a weather barrier. The weather barrier could be peel and stick, liquid applied, or 2 layers of grade D paper, as you see here in this slide. Then you have your lath and your 3-coat stucco, which is a 7/8 inch finish. It could be either acrylic finish coat or a cementitious finish coat. An acrylic finish coat will come in a bucket, and it has the color already integral in it. And they apply that with a trowel as well. The nice thing about an acrylic finish coat is it eliminates having a third-party painter come in, because typically your plastering contractor will apply the acrylic finish coat. Additionally, it helps to bridge any of those hairline cracks that are associated with the moist curing. When you do moist curing, there's some moist curing cracks that come into the play. Very small, very thin hairline cracks, doesn't affect or compromise the stucco integrity. They're just there from moist curing, from drying the wall drying. And that's covered up by a acrylic finish coat, or even your cementitious finish coat as well. So here, let's talk about the different types of lath. We have our traditional metal lath, expanded metal lath, known as 2.5 or 3.4 diamond lath, woven wire, also known as chicken wire, and then welded wire lath. So with that, Fulgens, I'm going to go ahead and have you launch our first poll question, if you don't mind, please.
Excellent. And there it is here. Which lath do you typically specify? Give you about 40 seconds for that. Thank you, everyone. 10 more seconds. All right, we're going to go ahead and close the poll. Thank you for those who participated. And Lola, we have 44% expanded metal lath, 22% woven wire, 11% welded wire lath, and 22% currently do not specify.
Great. Well, thanks for answering that. It really helps out. Now, metal lath has been around since World War II, so it's listed in the specs for many, many years. Woven wire is traditionally used on wood framing, but we're seeing that we're moving away from woven wire more so in certain regions. And welded wire came into play in the 70s. So, it's been around for a while, but not as long as expanded metal lath, which is why we see not a lot of specifications with welded wire, and that's why we're talking about it today. But thank you for answering those questions. I really appreciate it. It helps me know how to navigate the presentation to suit the listeners. So as we're talking about the different types of lath, we want to just make sure that lath is really, we want to ensure that lath allows for embedment. And I mentioned that earlier. That embedment is crucial in your scratch coat, which is your first coat that goes on. And we know that we need some type of reinforcement for the plaster to adhere to a wall. Plaster doesn't adhere very well to any type of smooth surfaces. And so basically that's what a lath provides. It also helps to minimize your cracking and reduce moisture intrusion. And this is something that's outlined in your ICC AC 191 or ASTM 1063. And it states that there should be a 1/4 inch fur, as I mentioned earlier, in your lath products. So as we talk about different types of lath products, this is our expanded metal lath. It comes in the 2 different weights, either the 2.5 or the 3.4, and it depends on what region you're in with which type of product or weight that you're specifying. I find it more of a regional thing rather than why would I specify 2.5 over 3.4. It really is 2.5 is used in certain regions where 3.4 is used in other regions, like Texas and Arizona will specify 2.5 more commonly, whereas in California, 3.4 is more commonly specified. And 3.4 and 2.5 is basically the weight per square yard. And I just typically refer to it as the weight rather than saying expanded metal lath or diamond lath. But basically, they provide for both stucco embedment and use on steel studs. You can use it on wood framing as well, but more commonly used on steel studs. The product comes in sheets. The ASTM is ASTM C847. You want to ensure that you have a positive reinforcement or positive fastening, which sometimes with this particular product, we see that washers are sometimes specified with the use of the fastener when you're using expanded metal lath. But we want to ensure that we don't over fasten in between those framing members because that could pull that lath too tight, close to the weather barrier, not leaving enough gap, especially with this particular product because of the small diamond openings. And if we're pushing that product too close to the wall, we're not going to get embedment in those particular areas. This ASTM outlines, or the chart outlines, the different types of lath products and whether it can be used on 24 on center or 16 on center. With expanded metal lath, it's permitted 16 on center, and you can use it 24 on center provided there's solid sheathing on the wall, and it does still require framing in between the framing members that you wire tie. Whereas with the 3.4, or excuse me, the welded wire lath, you can use it 24 on center with the 3.4 alternative, which weight basically in this slide shows you is 1.95 pounds. So here's the two different weights I've mentioned earlier. So the Selford product is the pictures on the top left and the top right, on the right side of the slide. Basically, you could have a dimpled lath, which is Selford, which is the picture on the top right, and then right next to that, to the left, is what we call a Selford V-groove lath. We typically see V-groove more commonly specified because they find that the fur lines up with the stud a lot better than the dimpled. Sometimes that dimpled doesn't line up with the stud, and want to ensure that you're fastening where the fur is, because that's what ASTM states. It must be fastened at the fur locations on this particular product, as well as with the woven wire product, but not so much with the expanded, or excuse me, with the welded wire. Additionally, with the expanded metal lath, you must cut the lath at both the interior and exterior corners. You cannot run it continuous. Whereas with the woven wire and the welded wire, you can run that product continuous on those walls. Now, lath isn't necessarily needed on CMU, your concrete masonry unit. But basically, there are reasons why you would use lath on it. Let's just say you're building a multi-story project and your podium is CMU. So you want to make sure that you're building that wall out to be the same thickness. You would put lath on the CMU as well as on the framed area that's above the CMU. But if you're using CMU around a trash composure area or trash area, you wouldn't necessarily use a lath on that CMU, because the lath, or excuse me, the stucco and the CMU are of the same chemical properties, and they adhere really well to one another. This product is called Expanded Metal Lath High Rib. This is permitted to be used only on the soffits. It's not permitted to be used on the walls. It has a solid rib in this particular lath. It adds to stiffen the product, and they use it, like I said, on the soffits only. This product also has a paper on it, although this is not seen in this particular slide. In another slide, you'll see the paper on it. But basically, it's the solid rib is to add stiffness to the product so that you can expand up to 24 inches on center on your soffits with this. So you're not allowed to use this on the walls, which is why you're not able to go to more than 16 on center on the walls unless you have a substrate. So the expanded metal advantages, it's been in the specifications for many years, like I said, since World War II. It's available in sheets or rolls. It's ideal for smaller openings or areas where you have a lot of cuts in the walls or movement and changes in direction. Easy to attach because of the 3-strand options, because of the smaller diamond openings. Some of this significant, or some of the concerns with using this product is really safety issues because of the sharp edges. Like I mentioned earlier, it does require horizontal tying when it exceeds 16 inches on center. Your overlap cannot exceed 1.5 inches, and that's to minimize that overlap because of the dissimilar thickness in the plaster membrane that can happen at the overlap areas. And that's because you have a double sheet of product. It's a little more difficult for the plaster to embed through the double sheet of the metal lath because of the small diamond openings. And so they want to minimize that area of the overlap. As I mentioned earlier, you must cut around the corners, and that you do have a corner 8 or a corner B that you need on the interior corners and the exterior corners as well. A corner 8 is used on all exterior corners. So woven wire lath is a product that's used. So metal lath was originally designed as a security mesh. Woven wire was originally designed as a poultry or agricultural product. They found that both products will work well for holding the plaster on the wall. This product we call 1.5" 17 gauge because it's an 1.5" opening and a 17 gauge wire. It's all wires that are on spools that go through a machine. They get woven together, and then after it's woven together, it has another machine that crimps it for the furring. But this product has the ability for it to be pulled and flex, and because of that, the furring tends to get pulled out of this particular product. And so a lot of manufacturers will now paint a red strip in the area where the furring is located. Because ASTM requires that it must be fastened at the furring location, it's hard to find where that furring location is if it gets pulled out when they're installing the product. Because it's a rolled product, there is some memory to the product, and it ends up being a little wavy on the wall. So when they're installing it, they tend to put a lot of pressure on it, pulling it as they're installing it to minimize the waviness on it and to reduce that on the wall. When they do that, it pulls the furring out. And so it's hard to find where that furring is. And so that's why a lot of manufacturers will now paint a red strip to indicate where that furring location is. You can see that here in the picture illustrated on the top right. The red paint strip indicates where that furring location is. Must be fastened at the furring location. Here you can see they're using what's called furring nails. It's just a standard nail with a 1/4-inch paper grommet on it. That paper grommet helps to allow for that lath to be held out away from the substrate. So the paper grommet's a 1/4-inch thick, and then they place that basically the lath behind the nail head and between the nail head and the paper grommet. One thing to keep note of when they're using a paper or furring wad is that if there is any type of water penetration or water that gets in the walls and it's sitting in the walls, paper over time will disintegrate, and then you'll no longer have a positive reinforcement. We want to ensure that we're getting positive reinforcement with all of our fasteners, regardless of the fasteners or the lath that you select. As I mentioned earlier, some of the disadvantages in using this product is that it has a stretchiness. And because of that stretchiness, it can potentially cause cracking. This is not a product that we traditionally see used on steel studs. It's more used on wood framing. It is a rolled product also, and it does have paper backing that's available on it. Welded wire lath is the next product we're going to talk about. It's available in different weights, as it is an alternative to both the woven wire and the expanded metal lath. The first product on the top left is your 1.5" 17 gauge wire. It's an alternative to your 1.5" 17 gauge woven wire. The picture in the middle is your alternative to your 2.5 expanded metal lath. And the picture on the right is your alternative to your 3.4 expanded metal lath. And this is the alternative per your ICC standards. So all products, as you notice in this slide, has a double track. That double track simplifies attachment. We call it dummy proof for the contractor. They find the stud, they mark it on the paper, and then they just follow that double track, staying within that square, that hexagon, and they follow that double track every 6 inches, ensuring it helps to ensure them that they don't miss the stud, especially when they're nailing. With screwing, they have the ability to feel whether or not they miss a stud. If they're nailing, sometimes or stapling, it's a little more difficult to feel if they've missed a stud because they're firing off so quickly. And the reason why that's important is if they miss a stud and they don't realize it, then they don't know that they need to caulk that area. We want to ensure that if they are missing a stud, hopefully they don't, but if they do, that they caulk the area. Some instances I've seen where anytime there's a fastener, there's also caulking. Now, there's pros and cons to caulking every single fastener, and that's a discussion that we can get into at a later time. You're more than welcome to email me after or ask questions, and we could talk about that a little bit later. But that's also another thing that comes up is caulking every single fastener or washers on every fastener. Those are different things that have pros and cons too that we can discuss a little later. The double track acts as a washer so that the washers are not required when you're using this particular product. The ASTM falls under 933, and so it has a different ASTM than metal lath and a different ASTM than welded wire lath. There's more consistency with this product as far as the uniformity of how it lays on the wall, giving you a more even and monolithic look and better embedment across the wall. So you don't have the waviness that a sheet product has in it, or even the rolled product of a woven wire. Because of the furring and the way design of the furring is in this product, it's engineered so that it lays, I don't want to say flat. We say flat because it lays monolithic and it looks nice and flat when you're looking at it from a different advantage point, which I'll show you in the next slide. This product is an alternative to your expanded metal lath high rib product, which is used on the soffits. It's that product that has that solid metal in it. Now, this expanded metal lath has a solid rib in it, whereas this rib is an open truss design. So you have the solid truss versus open truss design. And it was engineered to be an open truss design to allow for embedment at the truss. Whereas with the metal lath, that solid rib has a harder time to get embedment because it's a solid rib. There was a study done by the Western Walls and Ceilings Association, or WACA, and they also call that product, or the company, TSIB, which is the Technical Service Information Bureau. They're a third-party, non-biased company that is supported and financially supported by the union, and they don't represent any particular manufacturer. They're available resource for every architect and contractor when you're building your wall simply for 3-coat wall, 2-coat wall, stucco walls, and also for eaves and including drywall. If you want more information, I will give you that at the end of this presentation, but they're a great resource when designing your wall or even having assistance on your job site. They wrote an article basically on the high rib. It's a, what do you call it? It's a white paper report, and they showed that because of the solid rib in the metal lath, it acts as a tuning fork, and if there's any vibration in your soffit, it can cause cracking in the stucco in that particular area. And I can send you that article if you're interested in reading it. But anyway, so that's why this particular product was designed in the way that it was, is because we saw the inefficiencies of the expanded metal lath and wanted to create a product that performed better without having that issue. So here you can see the back side of the soffit looking in from, say, your crawl space. Basically, you have your expanded metal high rib product on the left, and then the other product, the welded wire product, on the right. Now, that paper is not a weather barrier. It's just a craft paper. The paper's on to help minimize the amount of blow through on the soffit. Most soffits are an open soffit design. There's no substrate on soffits. Sometimes you'll have a substrate on the soffit if you have a fire-rated soffit. And in that case, you may not necessarily need a lath on the soffit. You can do a direct applied, which we call DAFs, direct applied finishing system. And that's a different assembly altogether. And we could talk about that offline as well. But with this particular product for your soffit, when you're utilizing a lath, this just basically shows you what it looks like from the backside. So you can get really good embedment where those cheese grater area is, but the area with that solid metal, you don't get embedment, right? And it's only sitting on the front side, much like icing on a cake. So you can see that if there's vibration, that metal will vibrate and cracking can occur in that particular area. Where in this area, these little buttonholes shows you that you're getting proper embedment even at the truss area. So what are the advantages in using the welded wire? Well, it has deep furs, allowing for more uniform coat, uniform finish. It also allows, because of the deep furs, allows for also less cracking issues. We see about 60% less cracking in the wall when you're using a welded wire lath product. Additionally, because of the ease of installation, we see a lot of increased productivity when the use on this particular product. The wall, because of the product has a flattened wire, you can see that here in this product, excuse me, the flattened wire. The woven wire are all round. I'm not sure if you can see my cursor or not. Oh, here we go. So the round wire is in the woven wire. This area where the flattened wire is, they found that by flattening the wire, it takes the memory out. So once they take the band that holds the roll together, they cut the band, and then they unroll the product will not roll back up on you. It doesn't spring back on you like the woven wire does. And what that means is it's just a lot more user friendly. So it's easier to install. They don't have to fight with it when they're putting it on the wall. It's not springing back on them. It rolls out nice and monolithic. And you don't have that movement or undulation in the wall like you would with the woven wire because of the flattened wire. Here you can see this is the alternative to your expanded metal lath product, and it has a lot more wire in it. But even at your overlap, you see that it's nice and open, so you can get really good embedment at the overlap. You don't have a dissimilar thickness in your plaster membrane at the overlap like you can with some of the other products. This performance comparison was done per ICC AC 191 through a third-party testing. They took the welded wire lath product and the expanded metal lath product. Now, the reason we were able to get the approval for the welded wire as an alternative to metal lath is because it was tested against one another. These tests were called a transverse load test, and what they did is they took the products and they built a mock-up wall, and they tested the wall in a positive direction and a negative direction. The positive direction was basically the wind loading toward the framing member. And in that direction, typically what would happen is the lath would fracture, the stucco would fracture, and therefore they saw, okay, how much PSF can the wall withstand before failure? As you can see, those numbers were relatively high. Whereas in the negative direction, those numbers are a lot lower because the wind loading is away from the framing member. And typically what happened with failure in that test was that the fastener would pull out. So the numbers or the values were much lower. But you can see in all cases with the expanded metal lath versus the welded wire lath, the numbers were significantly higher. So it was able to withstand more wind loading before failure. Now, these down on the bottom were a lot lower than the top, and that's because the test was done with 24 inches on center, whereas the top numbers were done with the framing at 16 on center. So as we're talking about stucco, it's important to talk about control joints and expansion joints. Control joints are outlined in the ASTM 1063. It basically states that a control joint should be placed every 144 square feet, no more than 18 feet in any direction, or a maximum of 18 feet in any direction. It's basically a 2.5 to 1 ratio, sometimes even a 2 to 1 ratio, and that's outlined in ASTM 1063. Now, your control joints could be a vinyl control joint, or it could be a metal control joint. More commonly, we see metal, but in certain areas like Florida, we see vinyl because of the moisture. Vinyl is a great option and alternative. Now, this is a control joint in the picture that you see on the bottom right. This is one of a vinyl control joint that comes in different colors. But what's nice or different about this control joint is they call this flange an E flange. And basically this is an embedment flange. So it has furring in it, where this flange doesn't have the furring in it, so that the product is laying flat. So you can get better embedment when you have furring in the flange. And that's a really nice option for this. But these other products work really well as well. Now, this is an expansion joint. An expansion joint is a two-piece joint, where a control joint is a one piece. And control joints come in various features. You have like your J control joint, and then this is your, I believe, an M. And then basically your control joint, the one piece is to accommodate smaller movements to break up the wall. And then your expansion joint is to accommodate more larger movements. And those are where we would put, say, two different substrates. You would use an expansion joint. Let's just say like your CMU and your podium, and your steel set above the podium. You would put a control joint expansion joint in between the substrate of the CMU and the metal stud. And then you'd put a backer rod and caulking and all that in that particular area. So control joints are outlined in the drawings. Ideally, the architect will outline where to put the control joints, but we typically see the control joints in the areas where windows and doors at the 90-degree angles, because sometimes we'll see cracking at 90-degree angles. So now we see control joints placed in those particular areas. And here you can see, again, this is where we will see your isolated joints or backer rods, basically at terminations and so forth. Moving on, so in certain regions, the design in ASTM has changed in certain climate zones. Areas where there's more moisture, you're now being required to use a drainage mat, and drainage mats are becoming even more prevalent. We had a code change just recently. So code requires for stucco applied over wood-based sheathing, and often requires 2 layers of resistant barrier, weather barrier. Weather barrier typically provides, the 2 layers provide for enough drainage. So basically now code is requiring at least 92% drainage in your wall cavity in those particular areas, or I would say climate zones that are required. Here in California, in the warmer climate zones, such as the Palm Desert area or even Arizona, New Mexico, we don't see drainage mats required because we don't get a lot of rain in those areas. But more in Sacramento, also in coastal areas, and then in other areas like the Midwest and on the West Coast or East Coast, we see drainage mats being required. So if you were to take a wall and you were to do a mock-up, you want to ensure that you have at least 92% drainage. And so you would pour, say, a gallon of water down that wall. At least 92% of the water needs to go back into that gallon. If you are not getting at least 92% drainage in that wall, then you're required to use a drainage mat. And that's basically the installation of that would be your terminations, and then outside of the terminations, your weather barrier, then your drainage mat, then your lath, and your 3-coat stucco. If you have additional questions about that, feel free to type it in the chat, ask at the end, or contact me and we could discuss this a little bit further offline. So as we're talking about energy efficient wall assemblies, how are we building our walls to be more energy efficient? There are a number of ways we can do that. Now, if you're using a 3-coat or 1-coat stucco system, you can use continuous insulation outboard. If you're not doing a 3-coat system, then what you could use is EIFS or EIFS, however you want to say it, EIFS, and it stands for Exterior Insulation Finishing Systems. And it's a little bit different system because it doesn't require lathing. However, there is insulation in that system. The insulation is slightly different, and the procedures or the assembly is slightly different than a 3-coat system. But here in this picture, we're looking at a 3-coat stucco system with continuous insulation outboard. You have your steel stud, your glass face sheathing, your 2 layers of weather barrier, whether liquid applied, peel and stick, and then your slip sheathing, or we would say a sacrificial layer, which is basically an insurance, cheap insurance. And then outboard of that, you can have your insulation, and that insulation could be an EPS, which is expanded polystyrene, about 4 R value per inch. You can use XPS, which is an extruded polystyrene. You're getting about a 5 R value per inch, or your polyisocyanurate can give you a 6.4, 6.5 R value per inch. Outboard from that, you would have your lath and your 3-coat stucco. And here, all your terminations are outboard of all the thickness in the assembly. So something interesting, I've seen a lot of projects utilizing this particular assembly. They're using fasteners that are about 4 inches long, pretty long fasteners. It increases the cost because of the fastener, but also increases the type of fasteners that is needed because of the thickness of the wall assembly is a lot wider or thicker. Here's another assembly. So utilizing insulation outboard, this is an assembly with mineral wool. Mineral wool will give you about a 5 R value per inch. A lot of architects like using mineral wool because of the fire rating that mineral wool has. Plus also they feel like it doesn't have the same off-gassing than say like a polyiso may have. Now a lot of manufacturers of polyiso will say that the off-gassing is done in warehouse before it's shipped out, but there still is some concern, especially if you're trying to meet EPDs or HPDs, you want to minimize any type of concern with off-gassing. And so a lot of architects will use mineral wool instead of that. But with mineral wool, because it's not a rigid insulation, it's semi-rigid, you'll want to use what we call a Z-girt on the exterior when you're using mineral wool to give it more rigidity in the wall assembly. The Z-girt in this assembly, we have our steel stud. The blue is a thermal break that was value engineered in this assembly. Basically, it's a plastic window shim they put between the girt and the stud to cut down on thermal bridging between the two, because the girt is an aluminum girt or a metal girt. And then in between the Z-girt is your mineral wool, and then outboard is your glass face sheathing, 1/2 inch, and then you have your weather barrier, and then your lath and your 3-coat stucco. What's nice about utilizing a Z-girt is your terminations are outboard of the girt, whereas with this particular assembly, your terminations are outboard of the insulation. So now you've got to detail those walls with all that thickness outboard, whereas with this, all the terminations doesn't really change because you can use the same terminations that you would in a standard 3-coat assembly because of the girt. And all the fasteners are now fastening through the girt versus having to fasten all the way through to the stud. So as we mentioned earlier, stucco is a natural fire resistant or fire resilient product. It's non-combustible, so it can be used in those high fire zones. Here are the different ASTM standards that we see when utilizing the different types of lath. If you are writing specifications, we see that with metal lath, you have ASTM C 847. With woven wire or welded wire, ASTM C 932. Woven wire, ASTM C 1032. Or excuse me, 933 is welded wire. And then, of course, your zinc galvanization falls under ASTM A641. Now, keep in mind your zinc galvanization is going to be different between the 3 different products. So your welded wire and woven wire, because it's a wire product, it falls under a class 1 galvanization, where metal lath is a G60 galvanization. They're equivalent to each other, but they have different classifications. So just keep that in mind when you're writing the specifications and you're putting it in part 2 on the products. With that, I've actually passed the area where I wanted to do the second pull, but I'm going to go ahead and ask if Fulgens, you don't mind launching that second pull for me really quickly.
Sure.
Thank you.
Here it is here. If you are in a position to choose, would you specify Vapor Lock 2020 to solve your moisture flooring and or roofing issues?
That's an interesting question. Is that the right question we have?
Oh, wait, sorry. Wrong poll, guys. Wrong. It is very, very interesting indeed. What issues are top of mind when considering stucco wall systems? That's more like it.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone. 20 more seconds. All right. Thank you, everyone, for participating. Going to go ahead and end the poll now and share the results. So, Lola, we have 46% moisture management, 38% cracking, 13% thermal efficiency, and 4% detailing for stucco and other mixed claddings.
All right. Well, that is a really good. We all know that the biggest thing with stucco is water concern, water penetration, and because of that, cracking is associated with the reason why we have water concern, water issues. Thank you for that, and hopefully with this presentation, you've been able to get a little bit of a better understanding of how to mitigate those cracking issues and minimize any type of water intrusion. Again, we can build the best type of walls and write out the best specifications and have the best drawings, but we have to rely on our installers to do their part as well. And hopefully you have manufacturers that not only represent the architect, but also the contractor and is available for the support on both ends. Thank you for answering those questions. I appreciate your time in doing that. It helps me to know that you're engaged, but also really what are people saying out there and how can I be a resource in the areas that are concerning to you. So let's talk about some of the third-party evaluation reports. The ICC, IAPMO, and Intertech are all different companies that are utilized for providing code-compliant products. They will test the products to show that they meet the standards. And I would highly encourage anybody to look at these as far as giving you the evidence that the products were submitted and the identification of requirements were done and submitted and approved of through these different companies, so that you have at least safeguarded your concerns with any products that are new, perhaps let's just say welded wire, although it's not new, it's relatively new in the marketplace compared to metal lath. It's been around since the 70s, where metal lath's been around in the 50s. And so some people are just concerned with how that how it measures up against the product that's been around much longer. In specifications as design professionals, how do we enable our contractor team to utilize the different products? And where are those specifications for lath products being used? So we see them outlined in 09-2236 or 09-2400, sometimes 2423. Basically, just wherever you're listing your lath and plaster. If you're utilizing it lath in stone veneer, the more common, the lath will be listed in 09-2236. Whereas if it's in the plaster assembly, then we'll see it listed in 09-2400. However, if you're utilizing a platform such as SpecLink, SpecLink always puts the lath in 09-2236, whereas other platforms may put it in 2400. But anyway, there's not a wrong or right place to put it. It's up to you, the architect, to decide if you want to put it in one or the other. You just want to ensure that your specs are clear, concise, correct, and complete. Providing good details for your joints and terminations and the intersections, outlining where the control joints are located at the weeps in the base of the walls, or with the gaps or backer rods around windows and doors and other openings. Now, welded wire lath and expanded metal lath are utilized both in the stucco assembly and behind stone veneer. They also provide for lead points, both of these products. I think even woven wire may have some lead points. With the welded wire, there's about 60% recycled steel, so that we have lead points with that. And with the metal lath, we also have lead points, as well as, I think that, if I'm not mistaken, they were able to track it and get EPDs and HPDs with that. With the welded wire, we're working on getting EPDs and HPDs utilized for those. In summary, attention to weather barrier, thickness of your stucco walls and control joints, as well as the terminations, are essential for a successful stucco application. There are 3 types of lath to help ensure that your plaster is attached securely to the structure. The lath types are expanded metal, woven wire, and welded wire. Welded wire is a viable alternative. ICC evaluation reports basically provide for code compliant verification. Low embodied carbon and steel products are available if needed. And basically that's about it. If there's any, we'll leave it now to Fulgens. If you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer any of those.
Thank you so much, Lola. If you have any questions, please use the Q&A panel. We do have a third and final poll that we can launch, Lola.
Yes, let's do that. Thank you for the reminder.
Awesome. And there it is. Would you consider including welded wire laths in your specifications? Yes, no, or don't specify. And you have 40 seconds. All right. Thank you for your participation, everyone. And we have 81% yes would consider including welded wire laths in their
Yay.
specifications. All right.
Thank you. That's great to hear. Well, if I could be a resource to you in helping you with any design questions, or even looking over your specifications, Clark Dietrich has a whole team of architectural specialty representatives that will help with basically redlining your specification. We also have a guide spec that we can send to you. You can pull from that. But also we have a lot of other resources that are available on clarkdietrich.com, BIM tools and so forth, engineers on hand. We'd love to be able to be that resource for you with your projects and just basically support you through the completion of every one of your projects. And we thank you so much for spending your time with me today and listening, and I hope it was valuable. And feel free to reach out if I can be of any assistance.
Excellent, Lola. Thank you so much. Looking forward to the next
Thank you,
one.
Fulgens. Yes, have a great day.
You too.
Bye-bye.
All right, everyone. Thanks again to Lola Wilson with Structure Wire. Here is the session code for that course. It is 136992, 136992. please enter your session codes at atsseminar.com, just like how we did in the review process earlier, the submission process. And once again, for those of you who missed it, just in case you're wondering, we will report AIA, GBCI, and AIBC credits on your behalf within 10 business days. So if you're a member of any of those, please do check to make sure that your association numbers in your ATS account are accurate so we can assure a smooth crediting process. And for everything else, you'll get a certificate in PDF form. That is one certificate for every course you take with us today. And those will be available immediately after you enter those session codes. Okay. So if anyone needs help with any of that, please let me know in the Q&A panel and I'll be happy to help you out there. And with that, we are on a break. We will be back in 20 minutes time with our next presenter, Kevin Harris with AGS Stainless. Hang tight. See you soon. Hello and welcome back, everyone. At this time, we're going to move along with our presentations for the day. I'd like to introduce you all to Mr. Kevin Harris with AGS Stainless for the benefits of 100% off-site fabricated stainless steel railing systems. Kevin, hello, how are you?
Good, very good. Thanks. That is a mouthful, all those S's.
There's a lot of S's there, yeah. Whenever you're ready, good sir, go ahead and start the sharing.
Okay, let me see if I can remember how to share my screen. Bear with me.
Stainless steel railing systems.
Perfect. Okay, Fulgence, can you see my screen?
Yeah, it's looking good. You are all set, my friend.
Excellent.
Take it away.
Well, I want to introduce myself again quickly. My name is Kevin Harris. I'm the Director of Sales and Marketing for AGS Stainless. I'm also the past president of the AIA's Custom Residential Architects Network. We have a big event coming up this next month in Washington, D.C., our annual symposium. So if you're a residential architect, I encourage you to come to the CRAN Symposium. I'm also the past chair of the National Association of Home Builders Leading Suppliers Council. That's 30 of some of the best known architectural product manufacturers in the world. So AGS Stainless, we've made a name for ourselves as a company different than what is the norm in the industry. So in the railing industry, number one, most of the metal railing is aluminum, and we exclusively fabricate stainless railing. But then number two, when it comes to stainless railing, which is customarily done by a local metal fabricator, stainless on your project, you specify stainless and you leave it to the builder to choose the local fabricator. AGS Stainless will prefabricate all the railing for the project. So we make it so that the builder does not have to engage a local metal fabricator. We've done all the cutting, welding, grinding, polishing. We number all the railing system components. We provide easy to follow installation instructions for the builder's install team. The installation instructions will say all the posts numbered like this, go here. All the posts numbered like that, go there. So the builder's team is on and off the project very, very quickly. So we're going to be talking today about two high visual impact of stainless railing to your projects. Number one is what you're probably traditionally familiar with, which is having having the general contractor choose a local fabricator, and what AGS offers, which is 100% prefabrication. See if I can get my screen to change. Okay, I'm going to be going through just a whole bunch of installation photos as we work through the content. The reason I'm showing all these different photos is because I know we're primarily focused on commercial, but it doesn't really matter if you're designing commercial projects, institutional projects, educational, residential. If you want to send tremendous message of quality, if you want that in the project, there are a lot of different materials that you can use to create the railing system, but no other commonly used material can deliver as much visual impact as stainless steel can. And you'll see that as we go through some of these images. So the point again, as we walk through this, is can we make it more cost effective and easier for you to include stainless railing in your projects? And I think by the time we get to the end, you'll agree that 100% offsite fabrication is really the solution. This is a wetlands, believe it or not, in LaGuardia. So it's one of the very few wetlands in that area of the country, right outside of the airport. It's this beautiful space. And then this is the interpretive center where you can go in and learn about all the animals living in this wetlands. And just a little bit on me. This is a before photo of a condominium project in Santa Monica, right across from the water. Beautiful area. I think it was probably built in the 70s. And this is what those balconies look like now, replacing that old wrought iron with marine grade stainless steel. Completely changes the look of the property when you look at it, and so much more visual impact for the condo owners. This is a hotel in Palm Springs, the Thompson Hotel. You see the balcony railings up there, stainless with cable infill. This is that same property. So again, we worked with the contractor and the installer. AGS, we never went to this job site, but our process of railing design is so dialed in, we can deliver all the railing for any size project, completely prefabricated with numbered components ready to be installed. No on-site cutting, welding, grinding, polishing, none of that. Everything is shipped ready to be installed with easy to follow installation instructions. This is that same property. This is a residential project in the San Juan Islands in Washington State. Just a beautiful area of the country to visit. See the panelized infill here, the glass, a lot of different panelized infill products. We'll talk about some of them when we get to that part of the presentation. But the first thing you're going to notice is just the visual impact of the stainless. Absolutely stunning. When you have the other materials, which there are a lot, there's wood, composites, we'll talk about those. When you have those other materials on a project, you got railing. It's functional. But when you have stainless railing, custom stainless on a project, every person that visits your client's project is going to walk over to the railing, rub their hands on the top rail, and say to your client, this is absolutely gorgeous. So that's a difference that stainless can add when you're designing your projects. And we're going to show you a way to very cost effectively deliver that very high visual impact to your projects. This is a private school in New York, Poly Prep Country Day School. We did both the exterior railing and the interior railing. Very complex stairs here, but again, through offsite fabrication, the product manufacturer never has to go to the job site. So we're working with the builder, excuse me, and then prefabricating all the components, shipping them to the builder so that the builder's install team does not have to work with a local fabricator. Everything is shipped ready to be installed. Here's an exterior application with vertical rod rails, powder coated black. Here's a private community in Florida called Lake Nona, very famous golf course there. A lot of PGA pros live there at Lake Nona. This is a public marina in Washington State. So again, just making the point, it does not matter what projects you're designing, commercial, residential, institutional, any place you want to send that message of quality, railing is a good place to do that. Going with stainless is going to give you a higher level of visual impact than the other materials. And again, the 100% offsite fabrication will improve product quality, reduce your product costs, and drastically shorten the time it takes to install the railing because everything is ready to be installed and numbered when the builder gets it. There's a private resort in Virgin Gorda. Necker Island, I think it's called, is what you're looking at there. That's a super famous guy from Britain. I forgot his name. Virgin Airlines, it was that guy there. That's his island right across the water. Here's another exterior application. Okay, let's get into the content. When it comes to railing materials, the most common material is wood. Wood is about 50% of the market. So again, do a lot of work in national leadership with the National Association of Home Builders. And every 2 years, we run surveys to see what's going on in residential construction. And so consistently, wood has been number one. It's falling, but it's still the number one material used for railing systems. Composite materials are really growing. Trex, Moisture Shield, AZEK, all those kinds of products made from recycled carpet, recycled tires. Very easy to maintain and growing in popularity. When it comes to metals, as I mentioned at the beginning, the most common metal used for railing is aluminum. Aluminum is very easy for the builder to work with. They could just get stock components from the local lumberyard, cut those components to length, use some adhesives and some mechanical fittings to assemble the railing system. So it's pretty easy for them to put an aluminum railing system together. But when it comes to visual impact, as you'll see as we go through the rest of the presentation, no other commonly used material can match stainless steel. This project here that you're looking at, I met this builder at the International Builders Show a few years back, Sustainable 9 design build there in Minnesota. And he told me, he said, when he saw the railing that we had in the show house, he said, we are building for the Street of Dreams. So in most communities, they have something like this where a bunch of builders get together, build out some houses that allow the community to tour through and get ideas for their own home. So he said, hey, we are scheduled to be on the Street of Dreams tour in our community, Medina, Minnesota. It's a really nice area. He goes, and I wanted custom stainless railing on the project, but all of the fabricators in our community are working on the new sports stadium. So I cannot get anybody to come and do the railing. And, all of these kinds of projects like Street of Dreams or the International Builders or whatever, New American Home Project there, they are under a very tight timeline. So he was super frustrated because no one was available. So we talked to him. I went out, I visited the project, and we fabricated all the railing for his project in and out and delivered them to him in 3 weeks. And that's one of the nice things about 100% offsite fabrication. You never are going to be in a position where the manufacturer can't knock out your project and get it to you, expedite it and knock it out and get it to you, because the manufacturer is probably not located exactly where your project is. And so they're not in that situation of where there's no fabricators in the community because they're all working on a big project somewhere else. And I mentioned to you when I was showing you the San Juan's project, this is exactly what the builder told me. We did a presentation, Dwell and Design in California a few years back, and I had him on stage, and he said, Kevin, when the guests on the Street of Dreams tour came to this house, they walked through the front door, and he said, and the very first thing they did was walk over to the stairs. The stairs were right in the front, and start rubbing their hands on the stairs and saying, this is absolutely gorgeous. And he told me that he didn't have any of his normal crew available to do the install because they were just so behind trying to get the project done. So he had the drywall installers install the railing on the project. They didn't know anything about railing design or installation or anything, but they were available. So he had the drywallers install the railing, and the project turned out absolutely gorgeous. So you're all familiar, no doubt, with the typical way of getting custom stainless railing in your project, where you specify the successful bidder is then charged with finding a local metal fabricator in the area to do that work. That's quite different from working with someone who fabricates 100% offsite. And we're going to talk a little bit more as we move forward. I'd like to kind of get a sense of the audience, though. So, Fulgence, I think I have some questions, don't I?
Yes, we do. Would you like to launch the first poll question?
Yeah, if you could launch one of those, that would be great.
Awesome. And there it is. How often do you include off-site fabricated products in your projects? I'll give you a few seconds for that. All right, 10 more seconds. All right, thank you for your participation, everyone. So, Kevin, we have 45% often, 55% sometimes.
That's awesome. That's probably the highest often or sometimes I have seen in asking that question. So for those that I didn't see anyone there, never. And I usually have to spend a little bit of time to say, hey, consider it. Because one of the biggest challenges facing the construction industry is a lack of skilled labor. So again, as I mentioned, because I'm in national leadership with the National Association of Home Builders, we run these surveys. It's also true with commercial construction. The general contractors, the builders, they struggle to get skilled labor. It's the biggest challenge facing the industry right now. So when you specify architectural products that are prefabricated, what you do is you free up the builder or general contractor a little from having to get a highly skilled professional to do that work because everything's pre-built. And so when the product, whatever it is, arrives at the job site, the builder can use less qualified labor to install it. So to illustrate with typical custom stainless railing, you need a metal fabricator who is a metal artist. This person can build anything out of metal. They can build hood systems for the gas ranges or trellises or door hardware. It's quite different than having the railing shipped ready to be installed by anyone with a few simple hand tools, right? So if you are using 100% prefabricated products, I congratulate you. If you're not so much, keep looking for manufacturers that will prefabricate that architectural component and send it out to the builder ready to be installed without any on-site adjustments. So a couple of things that are benefits of going with offsite fabrication as they relate to custom stainless railing is that you get a higher quality product. And that's because the fabrication process can be handled more effectively when you're not dealing with on-site conditions. So most local metal fabricators, if they're going to fabricate custom railing for your project, they will build what they can of the railing system in their shop, but then they rely on on-site adjustments to dial everything in. We call those field modifications. Well, with 100% offsite fabrication, there are no field modifications. The railing is shipped, done, ready to be installed. So because you're not dealing with the conditions on site, like for example, with TIG welding, which is what's common on stainless, TIG welding, just the wind blowing will affect the quality of the weld. So if you're having an experienced metal fabricator work on your railing and they're going to be on site doing some modifications, they're going to have a big like tarp pulled up over and around them and their equipment so that they can make the weld without it being affected by the wind blowing, or they're trying to get their hand back behind something to make a welded connection. You've worked on projects on your own home in the past. Field conditions, on-site issues can have a huge effect on how you do what you do. So the same thing is true with metal fabrication. So because with 100% offsite fabrication, the product is being built in a quality control environment. So there's no field issues to deal with. They've got all their tools right there at their bench. They can just execute precisely. So you're going to get a higher quality product when you specify 100% offsite fabrication for your railing system. And that's going to be the same with other products that you will specify in your projects. If you can find a manufacturer that will prefabricate it to 100% completion, ready to be installed, you're going to get a high quality product than if work is being done on site to kind of dial it all in. For our company, AGS Stainless, one of the big pluses of working with us is because railing is all we do, and we only work with marine grade stainless steel. But we are super focused. That's the only thing we do. And that's not the case with the traditional way to include stainless railing on a project. Typically, the local metal fabricator that the contractor chooses is a master metal worker who's building all kinds of things out of metal. As I mentioned before, hood systems, trellises, door hardware, on and on and on. There's nothing that these metal craftsmen can't fabricate. I'll show you in a few moments an image of a piece of equipment that we have that really a local fabricator wouldn't invest in because they need equipment that allows them to handle all the different products that they're going to be fabricating for their clients. Whereas at AGS Stainless, we only do one thing, railing. And we have standardized in a way that allows us to deliver tremendous quality, very high level of quality, and to bring down the cost. And I'll get into that a little bit more. And it would be the same with anyone who fabricates 100% offsite. You're not going to offer everything imaginable. So local metal fabricator, if you have a client who says, I don't care what it costs, I want an original work of art on my stairs. That's a perfect job for a local metal fabricator because they're craftsmen and they can do anything that you and the customer can conceive of. With offsite fabrication, to deliver the value proposition, we standardize. So we give you a number of choices to help you dial in the look for that particular project, but we won't build anything. We could, but we won't build just anything that you can dream of because we won't meet the value proposition. So when you're working with a company that is super specialized, like we are, only doing one thing and doing it for 40 years, we can be an excellent partner during the design part of your project. There is no railing challenge that we haven't dealt with many times. We'll provide engineering calculations, technical drawings. We'll show you images of how other architects have handled different challenges in the past. So someone who's super specialized can be a real contributor meaningfully as you design your projects. Okay, let me check my time here. Fulgens, would you be able to run the next question?
Sure. Here it is here. When including metal railing in your projects, do you more frequently specify aluminum, steel, or stainless steel? Give you just a few more seconds for that. Okay, thank you for your participation, everyone. So we have 33% aluminum, 25% steel, and 42% stainless.
Awesome. Those are great numbers. So we're going to talk now about the components of the railing system and kind of drill down a little bit. So again, the materials most commonly used: wood, aluminum, and stainless. We'll start with wood. When it comes to commercial projects, is probably the least common material that's used, different with residential, but it is, regardless of where it's used outdoors, the product that has the highest maintenance requirement. Lowest cost of entry, highest maintenance requirement. But you can do some pretty cool stuff with wood. So here we're integrating stainless in with wood. You'll see the intermediate posts are stainless, the end posts are wood. So you can do some cool stuff with it. But if it's going to be outdoors, a little bit more maintenance is going to be required. The easiest way to attach cable, which is the fastest growing of all the infill products on the market, stainless steel cable rail. The easiest way to install cable to a railing system made of wood is to just drill holes through the intermediate posts, as you see in this illustration. And when you get to the end post, you'll need some kind of a connector. Most of the connectors, and there are quite a few options, will allow you to add tension to the cable run. And you really just need one of the connectors to be adjusted when is set, so that you can tension the cable runs. You'll see a close-up of jam nut, acorn nut solution for tensioning the cables here. And here you get a sense of a number of the different ways to connect the cable, whether it's a wood post or composite post or post. When you're designing the project, the railing manufacturer can help you pick which connector is going to be best for the project. Next is aluminum. Again, this is the go-to metal for most builders. So if you don't specify stainless steel, this is where the builders are going to go, because it's very easy to work with. You get the components and stock links from the local lumberyard. Very easy to cut through aluminum using adhesives or a mechanical fitting to build out the system on the deck. One of the things you'll notice is that the smaller footprint. So we started with wood. Typically, you're looking at like a 4x4 post. With aluminum, the posts are typically between 2.5 and 3.5 inches in diameter. So a little bit smaller than that wood post. You'll also notice that the aluminum system is painted. The powder coated is the typical way, the most common way to add color to aluminum railing. Now, aluminum is not a very noble metal. So when you're specifying it, two things to keep in mind. If you like the look of the stainless cable and it's going to be aluminum railing, the support structure, you have to have a clean separation between those two metals if it's going to be installed outdoors, because aluminum is not a very noble metal, And the similar metals, that's why a lot of local metal fabricators don't want to do stainless, because they don't do it as often. And having stainless in their shop with aluminum, that will actually accelerate corrosion. So when you're actually specifying railing for the project you're working on, if there's going to be aluminum support structure and stainless cable, you got to clearly line out for the contractor. There can be no touching of those two metals together. But you notice here that the railing is powder coated black. That's the most common color added to aluminum. Because aluminum is not a very noble metal, it's going to be installed outdoors, it needs some kind of protective coating. And so that's why most people, when they think of metal railing, they think of black or a bronze or something like that, because the most common metal being used is aluminum, and it has to have some kind of a coating, or else it will degrade very quickly in an outdoor setting. Here's an image of stainless setting. This is La Marqueta. This is underneath the elevated train in New York. We did this work maybe about 3 years ago or so. You just see how much the stainless pops in this space. So that's why I said, if what you want to do, that message of quality in the project, even if it's like a big apartment building or something like that, or condos, even if you might choose aluminum railing because it weighs a lot less than stainless for the balconies, you still would probably want to choose stainless for like the grand staircase where everybody walks in, where you want everybody to go, wow, that's gorgeous, because no other material can do this. In fact, just think about it like high-end kitchen appliances. What are the chances that if you walk into this brand new home with brand new appliance, Zero refrigerator, a Wolf gas range, you walk in that kitchen, what are the chances that there's going to be aluminum on the front of that Sub-Zero, right? It's like zero. If there's a metal on the front of a high-end kitchen appliance, it's going to be stainless steel. And what you're going to have is, for a finish, the number 4 brushed, which is what you're looking at here. It's that satiny finish, because it's got wow factor. Aluminum does not have wow factor. And you can really see that here in this image. So again, we're talking post material. And you can see here again in this indoor setting, this is a seafood restaurant in the South. As far as post materials go, the stainless just delivers that message of quality. Let's see if I can go back one and just make this point. You can't see it as well right here, but you'll see a little bit better as we move forward. Wood posts 4x4, aluminum posts 2.5 to 3.5 inches in diameter on average. Stainless posts 1.5 square. That's what we work with. Some work with a little bit thicker, like 2x2, things like that. But 1.5 square gives you a super minimalistic, clean footprint on the mounting surface. And you'll see that more as we go along. So if your goal is to minimalize visual blockages, I guess, the 1.5 square stainless post is a great way to do that. The composites, again, very popular solution because they're very easy to maintain. But here's the challenge. A lot of the composite materials are sleeves which fit a wood post. So as you can see this image right here, they can get very bulky very quickly. So pretty easy to outdoors. But one of the big pluses of railing is that you can use it to connect your indoor living spaces and your outdoor living spaces. You can unify them by using the same railing on the stairs and in the outdoor balconies, things like that. Very difficult to do that with composite materials because they're so bulky. They don't really fit indoors. So if you're doing a rooftop deck in a commercial building downtown and they want to go with composite decking, And because you're using their composite decking, they're recommending their composite railing, it'll be fine. It'll be pretty low maintenance. It's not going to be gorgeous. So when you go with composite decking, but stainless railing, you're going to have something that's going to catch people's eyes. One of the most cost-effective ways to revitalize a space, and this is probably primarily for anyone who might be doing any residential work, is to pull out the old wrought iron railings from a home and put in new stainless railing. You can see the stainless railing, it can completely revitalize an interior space. And the appearance goes with everything. Just like the most common metal in your refrigerator, in your kitchen is stainless steel, from the silverware to the front of the appliances. It's easy to take care of, and it always looks great. Same thing is true with railing system. If you're looking for, okay, what's a material that's durable, looks fantastic, easy to take care of for this high impact area, it's going to be stainless steel. Now, there's two main stainless grades being used for railing. One is 304. The Peace Arch in St. Louis, that's all 304 stainless. Looks great. They do maintain it. And there's 316 stainless, which is commonly referred to as marine grade. That's the stainless grade that we've standardized on at AGS. If you don't call out 316 stainless when you're preparing the spec doc, then it's very possible the fabricator will just choose 304 when they go to fabricate the railing, because it's a lot less expensive. But we standardize on 316 because it's a lot more durable and it's a lot easier to take care of. But you can see here, it looks great, whether it's indoors or outdoors. Very easy to maintain, just like the silverware in your kitchen. Like, what do you got to do? Wash it. Soap and water, looks great. Okay, we are going to dig down into the weeds a little bit right now. So probably you would all agree with me, because half of you are doing a lot of stainless now. Probably agree with me that visually, head and shoulders over the other commonly used materials for railing. So when you specify offsite fabrication, 100% offsite fabrication for the custom stainless railing on your commercial project, what's going to happen from time to time is the contractor is going to come to you and they're going to say, hey, I know you specified this company to do all the stainless railing and they're going to produce it all offsite. I've been working with XYZ fabricators for years, and they do good work, and they're telling me they can fabricate all the railing for this building for less than what that company who's going to do it all offsite is going to charge. And that will happen from time to time, because all the general contractors have fabricators that they've worked with and like. When that happens, though, my suggestion is to say, that is great news. Have your fabricator give me one post, just the way they're going to fabricate the railing for the building. I just want a post sample. Then you can get a post sample from whichever company is going to prefabricate the railing for the project. And you can put them side by side in front of the contractor when you get them. And then you'll be able to explain to them why you specify 100% offsite fabrication. So we're going to drill down through a couple of things that help you to easily recognize when railing is fabricated to a very high standard quality. So the first thing you're looking at here in this image is a post with a stem reducer. And you'll see that in some of the images that I'm showing you. So at AGS Stainless, as I mentioned, because we've prefabricated everything and we're looking for to deliver the highest value possible to your client, we will not fabricate any post that you and the customer can imagine. That is work for a local metal fabricator, the artisan craftsman. Okay. We standardize, which allows us to deliver the very highest value to your client. So we have 2 post styles, not 50. And both are built from our same raw material. So you have a post that comes all the way up, and we weld the mounting bracket to the top, or you have a post that is cut a little bit short, and we add what we call a stem reducer to it. It's a very popular look. Typically, when you add a stem reducer to a post, the simplest way to do it is to add adhesive to the bottom of the stem reducer and pop it into the top of the post. So as you're out cruising around and you see metal railing and you see this look, I'll show you some other images of it in a moment. When you see this look at the top of the post, what you are 99 out of 100 times going to find is a visible seam that goes all the way around the post, because they're separate components and they're attached with glue. That is not fabrication to a very high standard of quality. Here's another, well, here is an example of that. So you'll see that visible seam. So in that previous image at the top of the post, we saw nothing because the stem reducer, which is a separate component, was welded to the post. And then the weld was ground down and polished so that it completely disappears. There's no visible evidence that that is a welded connection. That takes more time than just gluing the stem reducer into the post. And you notice right away, because the glue is not as strong as a weld, you have two fails in this railing system here. You can see the post in the background is out of alignment with the post in the front. And you can see the visible seam there at the top. You also see that the stem is actually popped out of that hole. So taking the time to execute a quality weld is way more labor intensive than just gluing it, which obviously makes sense. So when you get the post from the local fabricator who says, oh, I can do that way less than the company that's going to fabricate everything 100% off-site, and you get the post from the fabricator who's going to fabricate it 100% off-site, you can put them side by side and show the builder, you know what, I appreciate you getting this extra bid for me, but this is what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for connections made with adhesives. If there's a connection in the system, I want it welded. And I want the weld to either be invisible, as you saw in that first image where we welded, where we ground down the weld and polished it so it looked like one continuous piece of metal. So you tell the contractor, I either want the connection to be welded and invisible, or I want the weld, if it's visible, to be a work of art. And that's what you're seeing here. This is called a fillet weld. It's the connection between the post and the base plate. All those little puddles, that's called the roll of dimes. And that is the mark of craftsmanship when it comes to laying a weld. All done by hand. Most metal railing systems today are MIG welded, M-I-G. And many of them use robots very, very fast. And a MIG weld is very, very strong, but it's not that attractive. MIG welding typically will be a big, thick bead of metal that goes all the way around the connection between the post and the base plate. Not that super precise puddles that you see right there. You don't need to know anything about metal fabrication to lift up the base plate, see that connection, and say, that is a work of art. Now, again, a beautiful TIG weld, which is what you're looking at there, it takes time. And when it comes to metal fabrication, time is money. We've heard that. But the difference is beauty. And you can see this fabricator here sitting at his bench, precisely executing all those little puddles without having to deal with the issues that come with doing on-site adjustments, field modifications. When this fabricator is done, you get railing fabricated to the industry's highest standard quality, ready to be installed with no special tools or skills or past railing experience. Everything is shipped to the builder, ready to be installed. Value proposition. 100% offsite fabrication should deliver to your project custom stainless railing for about half the cost of what the local metal fabricator would charge if they build to the same standard of quality, right? Everybody can weld, everybody can create metal railing for your project. So that's not the question. When it comes to trying to figure out which custom-made product, same goal of doing X or Y, which custom-made product that will deliver what I need here gives me the best value. The question has to be first, before you discuss money, standard of quality. All right. So as I showed you in those illustrations, a lot of different people fabricate to a different standard of quality. So when you say, look, no glued on connections, connections need to be welded, the weld needs to be either invisible or a work of art, it will cost you about twice the amount of money that offsite fabrication will charge to build to that standard of quality. And again, you can easily prove it with a contractor by just having them give you a sample from the local fabricator, showing them what the offsite fabricator can do and say, can you do that work for that price? And they'll say no, because it's just a whole different fabrication process. With local fabrication, you got two guys, maybe three, with 10 years or more, 20 years experience doing everything. Offsite fabrication, it's more like Henry Ford and the Model T. So before Henry Ford, all those cars were custom made works of art. After Henry Ford, it was different. He said, look, I don't want the master artist guy. I want you to do that. 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 And that's how it works with offsite fabrication. We have a team of people that do design, team of people that handle the cutting through the fiber laser tube machine, another team on welding, another team on grinding and polishing, et cetera, et cetera. We only have to train a person to be an expert in one part of the process. They don't have to be a master metal craftsman. But that process will deliver a product that is fabricated to a higher standard of quality than most of the products you're going to see out there done by local metal fabricators. So again, it'll be about half the cost of a local fabricator building to the same standard of quality. So now we've got top rail materials. Can I do one more question, Fulgence? Do I have any left?
Yeah, absolutely. There's one more left. Here we go. What feature of an off-site fabricated stainless steel railing system would most influence your decision to specify it in? We'll give you a few seconds to respond to that. Okay, 10 more seconds. Okay, thank you for your participation in the poll. Going to go ahead and share here. So Kevin, we have 36% ensuring consistent product quality, 43% creating a strong visual impact, and 21% reduced on-site labor needs.
Fantastic. Nobody clicked installation, but it is probably 40% faster to install railing that is 100% prefabricated with numbered components. So keep that in mind. Installation costs, if you're looking at the project, the product costs, you got to include installation. And when the product is prefabricated, you have to look at total cost of ownership, because installation cost is meaningful. And when installation is just way faster because everything's pre-done and the installation instructions tell the installers that goes there, that goes there, that goes there, you will get a meaningful savings in your installation costs. So just keep that in mind. Okay, last couple of things we'll go through here. Top rail, few different options. Wood, aluminum, composite, stainless. Wood is my favorite because I think it softens the stainless. Wood is a by others product, so when you're specifying stainless railing and you want a wood top rail, the builder will fabricate the wood top rail. Usually they're using wood that they're using elsewhere in the building as well. So you see that here. Same wood for the stair treads and the car decking is being used for the top rail. Few different stainless options for top rail. The flat is our most commonly selected top rail option. Very, very thin, very easy to disappear when you're looking at the railing system. So again, our railing, we call it clear view because we designed it to be minimalistic, to look absolutely gorgeous when you're up close. But when you take a few steps back, to have it just disappear. So what you're really seeing is in an interior space, the lower floors, or in an exterior, you're seeing the green belt or the water or whatever. So we got the flat stainless top rail in the middle. The round on the left is our most grippable surface. If we're doing a commercial project, oftentimes we'll have the flat as the top rail and we'll have the round as the ADA handrail. This is a few examples of rod rail, horizontal rod rail. One of the advantages of cable, which is the fastest growing of all the infill options I mentioned, is that the cable really disappears. Many people, however, feel that the rods actually add more elegance to the railing system because they're just a little bit more substantial at 5/8 inch. And you see some examples of that here in these commercial images. Another plus of rods is they don't require periodic retentioning. That is something that can frustrate project owners because even if the project isn't new and there's no settling, which causes the cable to slack, just gravity pulling on a horizontal cable will cause the cables to slack over time. You don't have that issue with the rods. So keep that in mind. Rods can be a good solution for some of your projects. Let's skip through just a couple photos here so I can talk to you a little bit more about infills. There we go. Glass is part of the panelized infill options. If your goal is to minimize obstruction, clear glass is number one. It does require maintenance, especially outdoors. But if your goal is not minimizing to the greatest extent obstructions, there's a lot of cool solutions in glass. Here you see a great privacy area. It can also be a wind block, depending on where the project is located. So a lot of cool things that can be done with glass. If you're going for glass as the infill option, like for an example with AGS, we would just provide you all the stainless components. So the clamps that hold the glass in place, the posts, et cetera, et cetera. Glass would be obtained by a local glass supplier in that area. So just a few images of glass in different settings. Attractive look. Does a great job of minimizing obstruction of the surrounding area. Here is another panelized infill product, wire mesh. Maybe some of you have worked with Banker wire or McNichols. This is a Banker wire product. This is in Dave & Buster's. We got specified by ARIA Group a few years back, so we're in a lot of the Dave & Buster's. If you've not yet had a chance to go on Banker wire or McNichols' website and look at some of their mesh panels, I encourage you to. You can make a railing just pop with some of the stuff they have. So here, Banker Wire created that stainless U channel that keeps their mesh in place. And then we're holding the U channel in place with those clamps. The architect had us powder coat the posts, the top rail, and the clamps green. A powder coating, again, is not necessary on marine grade stainless steel. It is necessary in aluminum, but it can be a beautiful design option for your system. For example, This is a hotel in Kansas City, and we went with banker wire again for the mesh panel. They provided the stainless U channel that surrounds the gold mesh. They had us powder coat the U channel, the posts, the clamps, and the contractor fabricated the wood top rail. Again, gorgeous look. Keep mesh panels in mind for some of your upcoming projects. And then, of course, cable. Cable is the most popular of all the current infill options. I'm going to skip forward here just so I can give you guys a moment or two to ask questions. Here's powder coated black. This is a Lake Tahoe project. It's absolutely gorgeous. Code requirements. Your manufacturer will work with you on this. Number one, 4-inch sphere should not be able to fit through the infill separations. That's the big one. And I mentioned to you that bar or rod rail could be something that works for a lot of your clients because it does not require retensioning. All right, I am going to stop and see if there's a question or two I might be able to answer for you.
Yes, thank you so much, Kevin. If anyone has any question, please use the Q&A panel and not the webinar chat. But there are a few comments that came in here, so we'll go ahead and address those. Anna Lee mentioned some of the transition points with posts beside each other have a gap more than 4 inches on several examples you have shown.
So I think it could maybe have just been visual. I don't have a good word. We have on-site engineer who reviews all the projects we create for our clients to make sure that they meet code. So code is a 4-inch sphere cannot fit through those separations. So would not be sending out product that did not meet code. And sometimes images can look a certain way that's not completely accurate.
Thank you. And we have another question. How do you handle the heat issue with touch on exterior rails in Palm Springs?
Yeah, so if you're in an area like Palm Springs or Virgin Gordo or any of those places like that, it's gonna warm up. But I've yet to have anyone call us and say, hey, the railing is too hot to touch. Is it warmer? Yes, but I've been here 12 years. I've never had anyone call, no customers call and say, the railing is too hot for us to touch. Will it warm up? Yes.
Awesome. Thank you, Kevin. We don't have any further questions at this time.
All right, excellent. Well, I certainly appreciate the privilege of being able to speak to everyone. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to us at agsstainless.com.
Thank you so much, Kevin. Appreciate it. Great presentation as always. All right, everyone. Here is the session code for AGS Stainless. It is 137028. Let me go ahead and drop that in the chat for you as well. 137028. Make sure to enter and submit all your session codes before the end of the day at atsseminar.com. Okay, we have about 10 minutes? Yeah, 10 minutes before our next presentation with Homosote, Marcus Ward, and Steve Gleason, designing for sound control, effective green principles and practices. So we'll take a quick break and we'll be back shortly. See you soon at 11:30 a.m. And we are back. And without further ado, please help me welcome Marcus Ward and Steve Gleason with Hemmelsote for Designing for Sound Control, Effective Green Principles and Practices. Gentlemen.
Hello, Fulgence.
Hello, how are you?
How's it going?
Very good, very good. Good to see you both. And you'll be remaining off camera?
Only just for a moment. Hello, folks.
Hold on a second. Let me bring you. There he is. Great to have you here, Steve.
All right, let's go for it, right?
Yes, let's do this.
And how's that, Fulgence? How's my screen look?
The screen is looking great. Take it away.
Good, thank you. Steve, good morning from Seattle.
Good morning, Marcus.
Everyone, we have a great presentation for you today. Steve and I do this together very frequently. It is the most sought after of all the AI presentations that I do. It is designed for sound control. There's a pretty heavy bias here towards multifamily, student housing, but also a lot of single family. So what we'll be doing is taking you through, hey, there's a picture, there I am, through the AIA presentation. And it's going to basically talk to us, and we'll be about 55 minutes here. We'll be talking about effective principles of sound control and how you actually apply those to the design of the wall, floor, ceiling assemblies. So it's a mixture of a little discussion, and then towards the end, we really do get into some actual physical 3D assemblies to show you how these components come together. We will also discuss building code while we are in here. And there's going to be applications again for wall and floor. And then we'll just wrap up with some other considerations that we capture whenever we're talking about sustainability and life cycle of buildings. So with that, Steve and I will be working through this whole slide deck with you, going back and forth. But let's talk about sound management. We are taking all of the practical steps that we need to make sure that we are creating the environment that we want to spend time in. And one of the biggest complaints and one of the most litigated areas of building construction is sound. So we have sound, we have noise. These can be basically subjective and arbitrary terms, but for most of us, we consider sound to be something pleasant, like conversations or birds or music. Noise, well, that's your choice of music versus my choice of music. One might be sound, one might be noise, but I think we all can agree that traffic is just simply noise. There's nothing about traffic sound that seems pleasant. So when we talk about managing sound and we manage noise, that is done one of two ways. On the left-hand side, within the space, we have sound attenuation. We are talking about the sound transmission between walls and floors and ceilings, the sound that escapes a room. Within the room, we're talking about acoustical improvement. This is the sound that bounces around inside the room we are in. For sound attenuation, we use STC and IIC as our measures. These are called out in the code. For acoustical improvement within a room, we talk about NRC, and what we're talking about there is a noise reduction coefficient, and that is telling you how reflective or absorptive the different materials are within the room. So on the left-hand side, we're talking walls, floors, and ceilings within apartment buildings or office buildings or hospitals. Acoustical improvement on the right-hand side, we're talking about what we do within the space to stop the noise from bouncing around. Think of your favorite restaurant with an open-air kitchen, how noisy that can be. Some consideration that we'll give to decibel. Decibel is not a linear progression. It is, Steve, it's logarithmic, right? Logarithmic?
That is correct.
Okay. But let's give you some examples. This conversation, this meeting is taking place at around 60 decibels, whether we're over the phone here, but typically in an office environment, a conversation you are having is at 60 decibels. Something like a jackhammer is 100 decibels, and a human whisper is down towards 10 decibels. Here's my example to you right now when it comes to the logarithmic effect of decibel. For me to talk to you right now at 60 decibels and then to drop down to 10 decibels and kind of a whisper is not very jarring. But for me to go from 60 decibels to 100 decibels, think jackhammer, very jarring. We say this because our average business office is 50 decibels, and a lot of things like a fan or just ambient noise might happen within in that range. We don't even really notice them as much, and we have what we call sound masking. There's a floor to it, and we just don't notice it. However, if the fire alarm goes off at 100 decibels, boy, you notice it pretty quick. So just keep that in mind. And I say that because as we talk about the principles of sound control, the higher the attenuation, the higher the sound control we try to achieve, the more difficult it is because that decibel level is rising so rapidly. But let's talk about these three principles. First of all, we got decoupling. Decoupling is simply isolating elements within a floor, ceiling, or a wall assembly. Common decoupling methods are cellulose fiberboard and resilient channel, where you decouple the drywall from the framing. The other thing is mass or damped mass. Here we're talking about things like brick walls, or again, cellulose fiberboard, or a poured gypsum concrete topping on a floor. And then finally, we have absorption, which really is pink insulation. Those are the three basic components. When combined correctly, we can get the best sound control for the least amount of real estate, the least amount of materials. Steve, I think I skipped over there on something, but I'll make up for it. I always do.
You're doing fine.
Okay. Let's talk about building code really fast. IBC, sound transmission class. That's the STC we alluded to earlier. STC cannot be less than 50. And then for structure-borne sound, that's really only applies to the floor ceiling assemblies. That is rated by what we call the impact insulation class. That can also be not less than 50. STC 50, IIC 50, these numbers are like R value. The higher the number, the better the resistance, the better it is at stopping the transfer of noise energy through a wall system. IRC is slightly less at 45 for both STC and IIC. To put it on a scale, if something has an STC rating, a wall assembly, for instance, has an STC rating of 30 or 40, that means that loud speech is pretty much understandable. We call this marginal or good. I wouldn't even really call it good noise control level because you can hear what's going on in the unit next to you. Once we get to code, which is 50, that loud speech is barely audible. We consider that to be very good noise control. Anything above that we consider to be excellent. My example would be, again, this conversation in an office is taking place at 60 decibels. If we have an STC 50 wall between our office and the office next door, that means decibel 60 minus a 50 STC equals 10 decibels of noise left over in the room next door. They would have a very hard time hearing what is going on. We consider that excellent. How we get there, how we test for it, well, this is Steve's expertise.
Thank you, Marcus. Let's talk a little bit about testing for the next couple of slides. The most important thing about testing is to get that test data document in front of you and read it, look through it. And in fact, at the same time, you should go ahead and get a fire test document in front of you for the same assembly you're designing, and make sure those two documents are talking about the same components that you're designing for. But in the sound test document, little things make a big difference. Different types of gypsum board make a big difference, or a measurable difference. Different stud spacings make a measurable difference. We'll talk about the STC testing. They take a sealed assembly and they build it between two acoustically balanced rooms. In the source room, they're going to generate 115 decibels of sound. That's going to be a multi-frequency sound, a broad spectrum frequency sound. They're going to graph it. They're going to take it in the receiving room. They're going to graph it on this graph that you see in front of you here. You can take a look at this graph, and the bottom horizontal axis is frequencies, and they're going to measure it from 125 hertz to 4,000 hertz. The left-hand vertical axis is sound transmission loss, so the greater the number is the better. They're going to graph that in that little wavy blue line you see there. And you'll notice that there's a little dip on the left. That's the resonance dip, and there's a dip on the right. That's the coincidence dip, and those are weak points in the wall, and we'll, of course, talk about those when we get into the dynamics section. Then they're going to take a reference curve, okay? The performance curve has been graphed, and the red reference curve, which, by the way, is the curve of a 6-inch brick wall. So you'll notice that there's no coincidence dip and no resonance dip. They're going to raise that until it has no more than 32 decibels of deficiency below it, or 8 in a single frequency, and that's almost always 125 hertz. So we're going to talk about that frequency a lot. And where that intersects with 500 hertz, there's your STC number. However, there's a lot of information above and below that, frequency specific, that you may want to be designing for. Marcus, let's go to the next slide. And briefly, this is just basically the same type of a situation, except of course it's a horizontal setup, sealed assembly, balanced rooms, but they can't generate that broad spectrum frequency sound because they're looking for IIC as well. So they're going to use a tapping machine, right? So the tapping machine is mostly mids and high frequencies. And because of that, instead of measuring for sound transmission loss, they're actually going to measure the decibels. And you can see that that left-hand vertical line goes that way so that the whole performance line goes the other way. Basically, again, get the test data document in front of you and make sure that it lines up with your assembly that you're designing. There's a lot of acoustical spin out there, and read fine print. Marcus?
Hey, thanks, Steve. To really hammer home what Steve said about the testing, he said something at the beginning about fire. When you get third-party testing and you evaluate a product for your project, it will have this spin on it. Oh, 1/8-inch membrane, STC 72, IIC 72. Well, it was probably set down over a 6-inch concrete deck. The minute you transfer that to a project that, say, is stick framed over an I-joist, you'll find there's probably no testing for it at all because it fails miserably. But that is for up to you to confirm. But as Steve said, watch for the spin. If it takes you down a road you want to explore, that's great. Just make sure there's third-party testing to support your use of the product. Really fast, lead considerations. There are lead considerations for sound control. We won't get into them in depth, but know that there is for healthcare, which is important because we do have the HIPAA, the Privacy Act. If you are designing for healthcare, sound control is a very important thing to consider, and there are lead credits available. And then we have acoustic comfort in homes. Okay, party walls must have a minimum STC rating of 55. That is a wonderful number to hit. Steve and I will show you how to hit it, whether you're in an apartment building, a townhome, or in your own home, especially if you're adding multiple generations into that home. So some wall applications, I would say for Steve and I, really for me, this is our favorite part because now we kind of get to mess around with cool looking stuff. I'll start us off with an unimproved wood stud wall, something everybody can recognize. Drywall over studs with some insulation in the middle. Guess what? This is in every house you've ever lived in, and really probably any apartment you've lived in until up to 1988. STC of 36, which means you're really hearing everything going on next door, including the television. But we're going to talk about mass law, and this is where Steve's going to get into it for a while because he's got such a great handle on it. Steve, take it away on this stuff.
Absolutely. Please. So Marcus introduced us to that, what I call the three-legged stool of dynamics, which are the simple ones of absorption, mass, and decoupling. But there are a lot of really cool, more esoteric dynamics that really make a difference. And we're going to get into them. But let's start with why mass doesn't really do the job. Because mass law tells us that you only gain 6 decibels of improvement when you double the mass of the assembly. So a 6-inch brick wall is going to work great. By the way, the reason that is because sound transmits through resonance, through vibration. You can't very well vibrate a 6-inch brick wall. But if you start putting gypsum wallboard on a wall, and especially if it's a single leaf type assembly, by the time you're getting anywhere near code, you're going to have a number of layers of gypsum. So what we do to cheat mass law, well, we start with assemblies. Let's go forward. So the first thing as we go forward is we talk about cavity resonance, because when you build an assembly, it resonates. Like that guitar, that's a 1933 small body Gibson guitar, resonates absolutely beautifully when it's played right. That's great for a guitar, not so good for a wall, because that wall that you see there also resonates, and it resonates right at 125 hertz, 2x4 wood stud wall, which is right at the bottom level of the sound test. And it's also right at the troublesome fundamental frequency of human hearing. So what do we do to fix that? Let's go to the next slide. So the first thing we do to combat cavity resonance is to throw some insulation in the cavity, because remember, in the cavity is where that absorption is happening, right? The air is actually absorbing the sound. It's creating friction against the sound wave. So if you put a little pink fluffy in there or some mineral wool, you're augmenting that absorption. But you can unbalance the cavity resonance even better by using cellulosic fiberboard underneath one layer of gypsum board. Now you've got cellulosic fiberboard facing gypsum board across the cavity. Now NRC comes in, noise reduction coefficient, because gypsum board reflects a lot of sound. It's 0.05, whereas that cellulosic fiberboard has a noise reduction coefficient of 0.55, right smack at that 125 hertz level. So you're getting asymmetrical resonance. You're taking the 125 hertz resonance point down maybe to 60, 80 hertz, below the test, below the fundamental frequencies. Let's go forward and see what other problems we have that we can deal with. Physical transmission is a pretty obvious one, especially when we realize that sound travels at 12,000 feet per second through wood. I mean, that's fast. But it only travels at 1,200 feet per second through air. So a fully coupled assembly is going to allow for really, really good physical transmission. I mean, that's a no-brainer. So what do we do about that? Next slide, Marcus, please. The classic way to deal with this is, and that everybody knows about, is resilient channel, okay? Resilient channel applied properly will decouple the gypsum board from the wall. The other thing it adds, though, okay, the next dynamic we're going to talk about is planar flex, which is important because to demonstrate that, think of a sheet hanging from a clothesline, and you throw a tennis ball at that sheet as hard as you can. All that energy from that tennis ball, when it hits that loose sheet, it just drops right to the ground. It shears off. And a wall plane can do the same thing with planar flex. Resilient channel can be problematic if you put a few screws in the wrong places. You short it out by touching the studs. So you fix that by using a sound isolation clip and a hat channel. But you can do even better by using cellulosic fiberboard, because that fiberboard holds the screws of the gypsum board. So you screw only to the fiberboard. And that's establishing planar flex, and it's establishing decoupling. Let's go forward. So we talked about cavity resonance, and I like to get on that a lot. We'll talk about that on a future slide. But wall plane resonance, remember, this is how sound waves travel, right? They resonate a plane, and then they go to another plane. Drywall will resonate, and that resonance transfers into the cavity. But the trick is that all planes resonate at different frequencies. That's called the critical resonant frequency. And you can see on this slide that different ones resonate at different frequencies. And the reason that's important to know is because there's something called a coincidence effect. And that's where that dip comes in on that first test I showed you. Here it is a little bit easier to see. But the coincidence effect is when you have two tuning forks that are mounted, say, 18 inches apart. They're in the same key. When you strike one, the sound wave goes through the air and it makes the other one resonate. That's called the coincidence effect. So let's talk about, in the next slide, how we deal with that. So the first way to deal with that resonating gypsum, that vibrating layer of gypsum, is to damp it. Okay, damped mass is like touching the humming tuning fork with your finger. What happens? It stops humming. So cellulosic fiberboard is great for that. Due to the unique nature of a mass of discontinuous paper fibers, this board takes that sound wave, takes the amplitude of that sound wave right down right away. It damps the mass. It makes it non-resonant. You can also create multiple impedance mismatches on the plane of the wall by using different layers of material, right? Different layers of material create material discontinuity. It so happens that 2 layers of 5/8 gypsum board do not perform as well as a layer of 5/8 and 3/8. Even though there's less mass, they perform better because you're confusing the sound wave more. You've got gypsum board with 2 different critical resonant frequencies, and you're mixing up things for the sound wave. Let's go forward and talk a little bit about steel studs as opposed to wood studs. Here we have a typical steel stud wall with 20 gauge steel studs, and we're going to really look at it as a 25 gauge steel stud as well. Gypsum board on one side, 5/8, a little good old pink fluffy in the cavity. Gypsum board on the other side, and you can see this is an STC 40 wall. What's happening with this is you've got planar flex already established on the wall, so you've already picked up 4 points of the wood stud wall just for that planar flex. Let's go forward and we talk a little bit more how that works. You can see that a 25 gauge metal stud provides great planar flex. It's basically the same kind of steel that you're using on a resilient channel. When you get to 18 gauge, 16, 14 for bearing walls, shear walls, it's going to start to perform just like a wood stud. So you have to think of all these dynamics that we're using that apply to wood studs and apply them to a thicker steel stud gauge wall. So this next slide is really one of my favorites, because what happens here is we talk about all of the ways that we're cheating mass law. Remember what mass law told us, we only get 6 decibels when we double the mass of the assembly, and that's just not the right way to go. So let's talk about the assembly over on the far left. You've got a wood stud wall, could be 2x4, could be 2x6, and it's relying on resilient channel for its advanced dynamics. It's already got pink fluffy in the cavity, but the insulation in the cavity is only giving you 6 points or so on that STC level. So that resilient channel is giving you decoupling, and it's giving you planar flex, which we spoke about. And your STC 48 could be 51 if you're using a better resilient channel, say RC Deluxe. Over on the far right, we have a constrained layer damping assembly, and that constrained layer is 2 layers of thinned gypsum board with a viscoelastic compound in between them. Think of something like Quiet Rocker sound break. And that viscoelastic compound is damping 2 layers of mass. Cellulosic fiberboard can do the same thing as well. In fact, we'll show you that on a floor assembly later on. So that's giving you your damped mass, but how do you get your planar flex on this? Well, that STC 52 wall actually has the studs on 24-inch centers. So that means that it's got planar flex. And if you built it on 16-inch centers, you would get rid of that planar flex and you'd be down at STC 48 or so. Let's go forward.
And Steve, I think
we do want to put a poll question up. Yeah, thank you, Marcus.
Yeah, and Steve, I had 12 years of Catholic school, so I know a pop quiz when I see one.
Me too.
I know we call these polls, but I know better.
All right, Fulgence, you got one for us.
Here you go. Here's the first poll question. Will just 2 layers of drywall on both sides of a wood stud wall achieve code compliant sound control? Yes, no, or I don't know. Give you 20 more seconds. All right, thank you for your participation in the pop quiz. Let's go ahead and
I love it.
Share the results. 47% yes.
Ooh, we have a tie.
Split with 47% no. Yeah, it's a tie. Wow.
Well, the answer is no, because you're dealing with mass law. All you're doing is putting mass on that wall, and you got to put a lot of mass on to get there. So 2 layers of chipboard is only going to get you into the low 40s. That's why we're showing you all these ways to cheat mass law. right? So we'll go forward talking about some of that and talking some of the problems with that too. This one goes back to my favorite subject of cavity resonance. And we're talking about using multiple leafs instead of a two-leaf assembly. And it's illustrated well on the far left when you have a double stud wall with 4 layers of gypsum board. Now that's a lot of mass. You would think you'd perform well if you're thinking on mass, but because 2 of them are in the septum of the wall, creating that small 1-inch cavity, you have a cavity resonance in the 250 hertz range or so. And that's very problematic. STC 44 shows you. So we go to the middle where we took a layer out of the septum. We have less mass, but we have better performance because we're cheating mass law, right? We're using cavity resonance to our advantage a little bit. But then we go to the assembly on the far right where we have all of the planes of material only in the on the outsides of the wall. It's just a 2-leaf assembly. And because of that 9-inch cavity, which is resonating way down in the 60 hertz range, we have STC 63. That's a great performing wall. Now, one of the problems that you have with a double stud wall trying to achieve this 2-leaf assembly is when you have to deal with a shear plane. Oftentimes people will want to put a shear plane in the middle of that wall in the septum. And Marcus, if we go to the, thank you very much, next slide. No, back. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. And once you put that shear plane in the cavity of that wall, you've created triple leaf construction again, right? So then that's a no-no. If you can avoid it, you can either put it on the outside and you still get a shear plane. If you have to put it on the inside of the wall, you can put cellulosic fiberboard opposite on the other plane, and you're gonna make an asymmetrical resonance. It's going to minimize the impact of that triple leaf construction. Marcus, let me take one more before I turn it back over to you. Let me take this flanking sound one, because this is a really important problem. You know, we build these walls and we get them nice and tight, and then we put holes in them, right? When I first started doing this, I learned about this from a sound test that I read about, that they built an STC 50 wall in a studio. And then they wanted to test it again and see what happened. And they took a Sawzall and they put a 1/16 inch opening across the entire bottom of that wall. So you could have shown the light through it. They tested it again at STC 32 because that sound wave just blasts through there. So you have to keep that in mind, right? That really is important when you're talking about fitting your doors well with your side seals and such. But there are other things to think about when you're putting outlets and switches, recessed lighting and such. Think about using putty pads behind those. You can use fire putty pads, and they actually work a little bit better than sound, but they'll do double purpose. The other thing about flanking sound is if you have wall planes that are intersecting at 90 degrees and they touch each other, that's a physical transmission path for your sound wave. So you want to leave a 1/4-inch gap. Into that gap, you're going to put some backer rod and some acoustical sealant to create an impasse for that sound wave and to kind of decouple. If you're working in an older home and you have a lot of duct work, you want to creatively route your duct. There's something called the rule of 3 bounces. So flanking sound is important. One of those little things that makes a big difference. Marcus, take us forward.
All right, thank you, Steve. I love all this talk. The flanking sound, I think about these holes that you talk about. We build these beautiful walls. I think about hotels that have a community door between one unit and the next. And you've got this incredible wall, and then you put a door in it, and you create a huge hole, basically. There's a reason they put a hole on one side of a guitar body, right, Steve? That's to let all of that sound pass through, all that beautiful resonating sound. So I always try to sum this part up by saying, look, folks, a wall is a guitar body. It is going to resonate sound. A floor ceiling assembly is a guitar body. It is going to resonate sound. You want it to resonate better? Put a hole in it. That is how I visualize walls and floors and ceilings. I even dream about them at this point, Steve.
We need to talk about that.
When we talk about guitar, I can't think of a better metaphor for the challenges of designing in multifamily, especially when we have to consider sound control. So flanking sound, all these different things we covered so far, we are going to transition into floor ceiling assemblies. But just remember now, as we go from side to side throughout a floor, we're now going to go top to bottom through a building. And we're introducing so many different activity spaces, whether that's a cafe that's underneath of a 3-story apartment building. Maybe there's a fitness center within the apartment building, a machinery room, et cetera, et cetera. There's just so much more to consider now, because the complaints about noise are all over the internet. And the internet did nothing good to offer all of these review sites because they don't offer solutions, just a complaint. But one area that is a challenge, Steve brought it up earlier, it's the corridor walls within a building. And the typical construction is right there in front of you. It's to put the kitchen against an exterior wall, and then to have your shear plane, OSB or plywood, and then a strip of resilient channel, and then your drywall. The problem is that small gap between the OSB and the drywall creates this high frequency resonance chamber, which just kind of walks right through that wall assembly and right through your appliances and cabinets. And a lot of that hallway noise is carried into the unit. The solution on the right is to replace that resilient channel with the gray cellulosic fiberboard that's shown there in green. Couple of things happen. Number one, just like resilient channel, you are decoupling the drywall from the framing. However, now you are adding mass to that wall assembly, and as that the quiz showed, about half of you got it one way and half got the other. Just adding drywall to an assembly is not enough. It does something, but it's the decoupling, it's the mismatch of materials. It's the unbalancing that really plays with that energy and stops it from transferring through the wall as easily. So there's a breakout of what that corridor wall assembly would look like in an ideal world. Gypsum, cellulosic fiberboard, studs and insulation, and then you would have your plywood shear plane on the outside still. Still get it, you're still using it, and then you've got drywall over that. And there it is, a UL 305, minimum STC of 53, above code. If you're going to do a home office, Steve, we can't recall how many questions we got from homeowners out of the blue. Normally it's contractors and architects. Homeowners, hey, can I use this stuff in my home? Absolutely. As a matter of fact, we'll make it even easier. We'll go ahead and put cellulosic fiberboard right over your existing drywall, another layer of drywall, tape your joints, paint your wall, and you're back in business with a minimum STC 50 wall. Steve, I would say that with that additional layer of drywall over cellulosic fiberboard, that sandwich, I bet you it's STC 55. And your kids playing Fortnite next door all day long, and you don't even hear them. So, Fulgens, before we get into floor applications, would you like to provide us with another quote unquote poll?
Yes, absolutely. Here we go.
All right.
Does the type of joist affect sound transmission loss in floor assemblies? Yes or no?
See, I like how we're asking this question before we get into the actual section, which doesn't make it a quiz, does it? If you have the question before the information, I guess it is just a poll.
Exactly.
I kind of feel like I have to apologize, Fulgens.
I think folks already know this anyway, Marcus.
Well, we're going to find out.
I guess we are.
Let's see. 20 more seconds, everyone. All right, so the moment of truth. We have a whopping 94% yes.
Yeah, see, I knew everybody knew this one. But the thing is, and we have a slide on this coming up in a few slides, we'll get to that, but it's not as big a difference, not as big a difference as you think.
Yeah, we sure do. This is great. That was really well timed. Okay. So let's talk about floor ceiling assemblies. Here again, we present to you an unapproved assembly, the kind of assembly that we see in our home. You'll notice now that in addition to STC, we are also including an IIC rating. Again, floor ceiling assemblies, we also measure impact noise. That's footfalls, chair scrapes, things being dropped. This assembly, STC 37, IIC of 32. Not good at all. Not good at all. The ways you can improve these floors, the most popular, the most common, well-known way to improve a floor is by adding mass. And this picture is a slurry of concrete being poured into an apartment building. That is a lot of mass. That's great. However, that mass by itself, and I always use the example of, I don't know, 20 years ago when the miners in Chile were stuck underground, they're tapping out SOS on the rock and they can hear it a quarter mile above. Unless you have got a sound mat underneath this poor gypsum right here, you will hear everything that hits that floor because it transmits the sound so well. Every one of these pours has to have this sound mat underneath of it. Otherwise, you're going to run into trouble. If you don't use sound mat, well, then that's what I call the Montana special, where they just really don't have building codes and enforcement and people do whatever they want. It creates a horrible living experience within an apartment or a condominium. And that will affect your rental rate without a doubt. If you're going to add damped mass, which is not liquid, it is not poured, it is a cellulosic fiberboard that is intimately fastened into the OSB of the subfloor with glues and screw. You are going to degrade the sound before it develops into the floor ceiling assembly. You are going to, by dampening that whole mass, you're going to stop the resonance. You've got unbalancing the floor, and I like to say it's like putting your hand on a tuning fork. It dampens that vibration before it can continue on. The cellulosic fiberboard, we'll be talking about some comparisons here, is also very lightweight and no water. These are important measures, especially up in the north and the northwest, where winter comes in and messes with our construction schedule. So what do all of these different options look like? I like to point out to everybody right now that, and Steve, back me up on this one, there are only two code-approved solutions for floor ceiling assemblies when it comes to sound control. One is gypsum or concrete, and the other is cellulosic fiberboard.
Well, that's in wood frames for sure.
In wood frames. Thank you for that. In wood frame buildings. I don't know of any other ones. So that is why you're only seeing two, and you will continue to only see two. Yeah, magnesium oxide, I guess, is a third one, but jury's still out, so we're not including it.
Good point.
So here's what happens. If you do not have an underlayment of any kind, and you just put flooring down over subfloor, wood engineered floor, IIC of 44, luxury vinyl tile, IIC of 45, carpet, our old friend carpet, IIC of 59. I'm going to come back to carpet. If you do a poured gypsum with a sound mat, IIC 51, 51, and 71 for the same categories. And then going over finally to the cellulosic fiberboard, it's a 1/2 inch thick, IIC 51, 52, and 82. There has been a progression in the last 20 years out of things like forest green, oak cabinets, and bright brass fixtures and carpet. Everything's clean, everything's shiny. We have LVT flooring, which is very different than carpet. Carpet used to do, still does, a lot of heavy lifting when it comes to sound and impact. When you pull the carpet out and you replace it with luxury vinyl tile without modifying that subfloor, you can see right here, you're going to have a bad experience and you're not going to meet code. That is why HOAs and condominiums will tell you you cannot mess with your flooring until you have board approval. Because if you're pulling carpet out and you think you're just going to replace it with LVT, it does not work that way. So a quick comparison for you so you understand where we're coming from and how different these materials are in achieving the same result. Cellulosic fiberboard, 1.2 pounds per square foot. Poured gypsum, 10 to 13 pounds. So consider, a 100,000 square foot apartment project. You either have 120,000 pounds of sound control or you have 1.2 million, 1.1 million pounds of sound control. There's a lot of engineering to be considered there. Water requirement, 0 for cellulosic fiberboard, 160 gallons per 1,000 square feet. This is something that has to be managed in the colder, wetter months. If you live in a region that like Seattle or Portland, even Denver to some degree. Installed cost, $255 versus $350. Installation requirements, well, anybody can install a cellulosic fiberboard, but poured gypsum is a specialty trade. It is a specialty business that has its own schedule and its own profit margins built into it, so you don't have any control over it. Moving along to joist considerations. Here's our poll. Steve, will you expand on this for everybody?
Yeah, it's pretty simple. I mean, the most important consideration is cavity resonance. And so when you have a deep cavity for a floor ceiling assembly, it takes that out of the equation. So the differences are not that much. Obviously, an open web joist is going to have more pathways for the sound wave to travel through physical, but it's just not enough. 1 to 3 decibels is frankly in the margin of error of the sound test. The other thing I want to bring into it is that dimension lumber and I-joists are going to perform pretty similarly. They're both wood structures. They're both passing sound at about the same speed. So open web, yes, but really when you get into the 24-inch really deep cavities from an open web, now you're going to see a more measurable difference. But generally 1 to 3 decibels is about it, Marcus.
And Steve, wouldn't it also be true that, or isn't it also true that the span of the joist in terms of how stiff that floor ceiling assembly is affects not only the amount of sound that comes through, but that really pernicious, tough to beat, whoomp, whoomp,
Yeah,
low frequency, heavy
Yeah.
footfall that you get in the apartment above you.
You're going to get that. I'm glad you brought that up because with open web especially, but really all floors, but open web, you're going to get that 60, 80 hertz kind of stretching. And that's originating in the cavity of the floor ceiling assembly as it flexes from weight. So there's really not much that can be done about that. So I'm glad you brought that up. That's something that's a fault.
Every
of the
now and
test.
then, Steve, I
you're
do
good,
surprise.
You're a jolly kid.
Let's talk about this floor improvements and ceiling considerations. Resilient channel on the ceiling is really about fire more than sound. Safety always trumps sound. But here's the thing. Testing shows us that the sound isolation clips, which are a great product, they perform only marginally better on ceiling applications when you test for IIC. What I like to tell people at this slide right here is that if you are in a situation where you're involved with a retrofit or somebody's complaining about the noise above, can we put something on the ceiling in order to make it quieter? The answer is like, yeah, you can put anything you want on the ceiling. It's probably not going to have an appreciable difference. 2 things. Number 1, you always attack sound from the source side. That's the first thing that Steve Gleason taught me when I started in this business. Always attack sound from the source side. That means if you want effective sound control, you got to go into the unit above and get something on that floor before you put the flooring down in order to maximize sound control. This resilient channel that's here, yes, it has a role in sound control, but it's primarily there for fire. So if people ask, well, hey, maybe we could use that resilient or the cellulosic fiberboard that you talk about, maybe we could use that on the ceiling before we put on the drywall. Well, unfortunately, A, it's not going to meet your UL recipe for fire rating. And number 2, it's probably not going to have the same effect because, again, it's not being applied to the source side of the sound. And here is our bread and butter UL 570 assembly that we deal with a lot. And this is what it looks like. 2 layers of gypsum, resilient channel, I-joist, subfloor. And then on top of that subfloor, you can add a poured gypsum if you would like with a sound mat. or you can throw down cellulosic fiberboard. And if you add a layer of plywood before you put in your flooring, you can actually build this assembly up, which is a very plain Jane assembly. Normally, it would be an IIC 55, STC 55, IIC 51,
There you go.
52.
51.
You can build this assembly up to an STC 58, IIC 58, simply by sandwiching that cellulosic fiberboard in the middle of OSB. And it's an incredible option, especially in retrofit applications where the structure of the building is not able to handle 10 pounds per square foot of concrete. And this STC 58, IIC 58, this is rarefied air. Because as I said in the beginning, it gets so much harder to get good sound control the higher you go, because the chips stack against you that much faster. But just be aware that there are inexpensive solutions that can be used in new and existing construction to create a really good, high-end apartment condominium sort of sound control. So if you are dealing with these infill projects like this, that can't handle the weight of the gypsum that you see there in the center picture, and maybe you don't have the room to lay out the sand and the mixer and the bobcat and everything else, hey, walk on in there with 4x8 sheets of cellulosic fiberboard. You'll be done the same day with the right crew, and you're going to meet all your STC and IIC requirements. A quick product comparison, and then I think we're coming up on our 50 minutes. We like to think that cellulosic fiberboard checks all the boxes. It does create damped mass. It does offer decoupling. It does offer planar flex and cavity resonance management. Specialty drywall, I would say it's technically decoupled. Maybe there's some planar flex, but not the kind we've been talking about. Poured gypsum, because it has to sit on top of that sound mat, it is not damped mass. It's not an intimate contact with the assembly. And then does it decouple? Yeah. Planar flex? No, it's stiff. That stuff, that's why you need to have the sound mat underneath of it, because it does not flex. It does not shear off any sound energy. It transfers it straight into the floor assembly, hence the need for a sound mat. And then when we talk about walls, we're talking about resilient channel versus cellulosic fiberboard. There is no mass at all, and there is no damped mass. Great at decoupling, great at planar flex, not so great at cavity resonance management, especially when we talk about the corridor wall that we showed you with resilient channel attached directly to OSB and then a layer of drywall. Horrible cavity resonance management. So a couple of final considerations, and then we'll get you wrapped up. I know there's probably a million questions. Acoustical consults. Check with your acoustical consultants. We do. They are there to validate information and confirm for you that the product you want to use is appropriate for the project you're working on. Third-party testing is imperative, not only for the sound control portion, but make sure that you are meeting your fire-rated assembly requirements. Other benefits that we talk about, resilient channel is recyclable all day long. Cellulosic fiberboard is recyclable all day long. I wouldn't want to have to recycle poured gypsum. What is it made of? We talk about carbon footprint. We talk about the energy that goes into products. We know that cellulosic fiberboard is made with paper and paraffin wax. Very simple stuff. Again, a review of lead credit contributions. Here they are. Don't worry about your course ID. I believe Fulgens has that all taken care of. And that concludes the AIA portion of the presentation. So, questions for
thank
Steve
you so much, gentlemen.
or myself?
We currently don't have any questions at this time, so you do have about 10 minutes. The time is all yours.
I would start by saying this. We've been talking about cellulosic fiberboard. There's really only one that's been around 100 years. It's Homosote. One thing we didn't talk about is, because we couldn't, what is it made of? Well, it's 98% recycled paper. It is 2% paraffin wax, and it is about, 0.2% copper metaborate, Steve?
That's correct.
Green before green was green. That paraffin wax is what gives us our hydrophobic effect. So unlike MDF, which will take on water, swell, and stay swollen and has to be thrown out, Homosote, if it's exposed to water, it is resisting that water. If it is soaked for 2 hours or more, it will dry out and go back to its original shape. And then that copper metaborate keeps mold, mildew from growing. It also keeps termites from eating it. So if you have any projects in Hawaii, we are approved for use in Hawaii. Our product is made by Homosote. It's been around since 1909, made in New Jersey, 98% recycled content. There's a quick review. I guess I got ahead of myself. We are used everywhere in floors and walls, multifamily, student housing, hotel, motel, you name it. If it's sound control, we're used. If you have a retrofit project, please reach out to us. I can't tell you how many people have put down, ripped out gypcrete and put down 3/4 inch plywood, 2 layers of it, because they just didn't know about Homosote. That's my fault. I'm a bad salesman. But don't do that. Come talk to us. Just know that Homosote 440 is going to eliminate up to 90% of the weight that you would normally design for if you're doing gypcrete. It's going to pull some wood out. It's going to pull some lumber out. I know it will. There's no water introduced. That means you're doing this any time of year without heaters and without dehumidifiers, no specialty trades. And over time, our product maintains its sound performance. It doesn't crack. It doesn't break apart. It does not crumble underneath of that flooring over time. And again, just to review side by side. Keep in mind, Homosote 440 is included in over 90 UL listed assemblies, and we're going to have an assembly for whatever you're doing. Steve, I'm not aware of an assembly we haven't been in the last 10 years.
Any commonly approved assembly we're in.
Yeah. Don't be fooled by wood fiber soundboard at Home Depot. This stuff is like Triscuits. This is what you put it up on the wall and you end up having to screw your drywall to the studs anyway. It doesn't add mass and you just short circuit it. It's dumb. Can I be that bold and just say don't use it? I just did it. And we do have all of the information. We have all of our third-party testing. We have all of our UL listing information. And we just continue to go into apartments nationwide, small and large, walk-ups, 3/1s, 4/1s, you name it. We're available in BIM. And don't forget our design wall, Pinnacle Tack Board, Noah Cork, the oldest and most well-known tack boards in America. Literature. Thank you all for attending. Fulgens, how did we do?
You did amazing. Thank you so much to you both, as always.
My pleasure. Thanks, folks. Thanks, Fulgens. And thank you, Marcus Ward.
Well, Steve, thank you. It's always a pleasure. Always love doing this with you. Last chance, Fulgens, do we have any questions from the audience about sound control?
No questions at this time, gentlemen.
It's because you did a good job, Marcus.
Yes.
Thank you, guys. Well, have a great rest of the week. Thanks, everybody. Fulgens and Steve. Always love doing this with you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yep. Bye.
Bye-bye. All right, everyone. There is your session code coming up on the screen right now. One moment there. There it is, 137040. I'm adding that to the chat as well. 137040. There you have it there. Please enter your session codes at atsseminar.com. We are coming up on our final break and we'll be back in about 15 minutes with our final course for the day with Yancey Hughes. And Yancey is going to be covering non-combustible and NFPA 285 tested wood aesthetic technologies for commercial projects. So see you in about 15 minutes. Hang tight. Enjoy your break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. And we are back with our final course for the day. At this time, please help me welcome Yancey Hughes with GeoLam.
Hello, Fulgens. How are you?
Great. How are you? How's everything?
Doing great.
Excellent.
Everything sound good on your end?
Yeah, everything is sounding good, looking good. Whenever you're ready, go ahead and share the screen so we can get
Oh,
you set up.
I am ready. You gonna give me a share or?
Oh, no, go ahead.
Okay, let me see. Well, let's see. I don't see the. Should I have a share button somewhere?
Yes, the green share button in Zoom in the middle.
Yeah. Well, I've done this before. I've got pretend. I don't have a share button.
It should be. Are you on the Zoom panel? The green share button.
Hang on a minute. I got it. I had to go to the more icon.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay. It was a cutoff.
We'll get there. We will get there. Okay, how's that look?
Looks great. Yancey, you're all set.
All right, we're ready?
Take it away.
All right. Thank you, Fulgens and Rodell. My name is Yancey Hughes. I am the National Sales Director for a company called GeoLam. And I'm glad to close the show today. So I hope I can, make it worth your while to stay all the way to the end. We're going to talk about wood aesthetic technologies today that you can use in class 1 to 3 construction. So this is ATS will handle all this, but this is an HSW Sustainable Design and a GBCI credit. GeoLam is our sponsor. I'll have 8 to 10 minutes at the end of the base content to basically make you an expert in GeoLam. So I look forward to that part. We're going to talk today about, excuse me, you're working with an elevation and design, and you're working with class 1 to 3 construction. So it's a non-combustible or NFPA 285 compliant materials. You're many times working with colder materials, glass, metal, concrete, bricks, stucco, things of that nature. Well, we're going to talk about 8 different technologies today that you can use to add a wood aesthetic to that elevation, give it some warmth, give it an additional, character and beauty. And these products today, we've got 8 of them. I'm an old guy. I can't hide that. I'm going to use physical samples today as if I were in your office. I hope they add to the presentation. Fulgen will launch a grand total of 3 pretty simple poll questions, not too stressful. And, these products today, we're going to look at, they're going to be non-combustible or compliant with NFPA 285. And we're going to talk a lot about life cycle, sustainability, and other characteristics. So our learning objective, I've got 8 of these. We're going to compare and analyze each of the 8 technologies with the exact same criteria. The first thing we're going to do is look at what are they made of? Are they sustainable in their manufacture and their raw materials? Then we're going to look at sustainability. You and your client, you pick this technology, you have it installed. What's the life cycle? Does it hold color? How much maintenance is required? What is the warranty? How much maintenance is required by the owner to keep that warranty in effect? Installation details. The best practice is at least at the minimum you need to do to ensure good performance, that it will continue to be warranted. Are matching decorative elements available? Perhaps your elevation has a screen, a louver, some sort of a pergola effect, where you maybe want to match your cladding or soffit to that material. Well, which of these 8 technologies can you do that with? So we'll make a quick mention of that. And budget. I'm going to give you some per square foot installed guideline. I don't know your market. This West, mixed topics. I don't know your market. If you're in California, Chicago, New York, well, your labor costs are higher than where I live, which is outside of Memphis. So again, we'll make some adjustments as needed, but I'll give you a nice proportional guideline. You'll be able to easily see that one technology is double another. So with all that being said, I always want to skip this slide. Again, our products today are either rated as non-combustible or they have passed the NFPA 285 standard. The 285 standard is a standard that a manufacturer can pass that is product, the technology is made with combustible materials. Now, this particular standard has been in the code for decades, and it's a very challenging standard. It's a 30-minute vertical flame spread. So the materials cannot, if they pass, it's a pass or fail. Does the material, pass 30 minutes in this standard? The way that almost all technologies that have a combustible content pass this standard is they put more often than not some sort of a horizontal fire stop material, basically with the intent to slow that vertical flame down long enough to not exceed the 30-minute standard. This is not a program on the 285. I'm not an expert on that, but it is a difficult standard to make. And we will talk about several products today that you can use them in your elevation because they have passed this standard, provided they install the tested system. So 1 to 3 wood aesthetic technologies. We have 8. We're going to talk about what is called a wood plastic composite hybrid. This is a combination of an aluminum substrate and a wood plastic composite surface. Phenolics, aka Trespa. There are 2 variations of phenolics that are being sold as a wood aesthetic, and we'll talk about both of them. Fiber cement, specifically wood aesthetic fiber cement. We're not talking about primed and paint. We're talking wood aesthetic today. And then we're going to talk about 3 different types of aluminum that is being sold as a wood aesthetic. Although they are different, not so much in the aesthetic they're going to end up providing, but they're different in the warranty and the maintenance schedule. So I think it's important to know, if you're looking at one of these, comparing these technologies, that those differences in the life cycle comparison. Porcelain does have a wood aesthetic option, and there is one solid wood plastic composite that will make our program standards today with an NFPA 285 test. So Fulgens will now launch our first and most challenging poll question. Fulgens, if you would.
Which of these technologies have you specified? Please check all that apply. I'm going to give you about a minute to answer that. All right, just a few more seconds. Thank you for your participation, everyone. And Yancy, we have 56% wood plastic composite hybrid, 25% wood aesthetic phenolics, 38% wood aesthetic fiber cement, 19% subliminated powder coated aluminum, and 13% digitally inkjet printed aluminum.
Inkjet. So that's a good.
6% foil coated, and 50% solid wood plastic, and 13% wood aesthetic porcelain.
How much was the porcelain, Fulgens?
The wood aesthetic porcelain, 13%.
13. Okay. Yeah, that's a large number for that. Okay, so thank you. Now we're going to do the second poll question, which is much quicker and much easier. Fulgens?
Which of these technology characteristics was most important in the specification selection? Twenty more seconds.
Take your time.
Okay, everyone, thank you for your participation. So,
Thank you. What do we got?
we have 43% initial installed cost and 57% life cycle cost based on required maintenance schedule. None for sustainable technology.
Interesting. That's really interesting. I think that's a very honest group we have here. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Fulgens. Okay, those numbers help me. Thank you for participating. So let's get started on the technologies. We're going to start with the hybrid aluminum technology. This is made from aluminum. Oh, heck. Fulgens, I forgot to activate my green screen. Oh, well, we'll get through it tonight. Sorry about that, everyone. But this is aluminum. I forget that. This is an aluminum with a wood plastic composite co-extruded to it. And the breakdown from a sustainability perspective, you can read it pretty much, but it's a very sustainable material at time of manufacture. 70 to 80% of it is all recycled, and of that, 80 to 90 is post-consumer, not post-industrial. So it's got a very strong message at time of manufacture. Now, for life cycle, this product, the color is inherent in the extrusion. So you never put a finish on this product. The finish you specify, the color that is ordered and installed, that's your color. And that's going to be the same color in a decade as it was the day you put it up. Color retention is very, very, very good. There are dark colors available all the way to a black. The maintenance on this product is really zero. I put the word virtually there because this technology has a definitive wood grain. So let's say you got this technology or any product that has a raised grain or finish to it, and it's in a covered environment like a portico or an entry or something, maybe it gets a little dirty and you maybe power wash it. But for all practical purposes, this is a zero maintenance technology. Moisture is irrelevant. It's an aluminum product. It will never be troubled by moisture. And sustainability, again, it's up to 96% recyclable. To achieve 96%, you would have to separate the composite from the adhesive from the aluminum. I have no idea how that is done. I would recommend that anybody that asks me, if I've got some of this material and the building's been damaged by a storm or whatever the circumstances, I would tell them to simply torch off the composite on top and recycle the 78% aluminum. The warranty is 10 years. The key to this warranty, though, it is completely non-prorated. It's full coverage for 10 years. period. The installation of hybrid. Hybrid has the distinct advantage of being mostly aluminum. So it's strong, but yet it's very lightweight. It is strong enough to span 24 inches. You do not require furring or clips. Now, if your preference is a 3/4 range screen detail, or you're working with a continuous insulation subframing, no problem. Just space those members at 24 on center and screw this material to it. You can also install this material with either a tight joint spacing or 1/8 inch. There are two different screw patterns to achieve those. It is very lightweight. As I mentioned, the stock length panel is 12 feet. You can actually order this panel all the way to 19 feet, 8 inches. And this particular technology is available in custom and custom optimized lengths. If there's a project, soffit is more common than cladding, but let's say you've got a soffit job, and soffit can be variable in length quite often. And 12, it's instead of doing 12 foot, you can, let's say that in a perfect world, you need 400 pieces that are 6 foot 8 inches. You need 400 pieces that are 7 foot 2 inches. Well, this particular manufacturer will run a program and determine the best lengths to run to minimize your butt joints and minimize waste for the contractor. I pretty much mentioned you're never going to put a finish on this product. And if you are working with a continuous installation, Smart CI, Cascadia Clip, Nightwall, you can space these at 24 on center instead of traditional, more common 16. So I went to a Tennessee school, but that's the one, I will still believe you're saving 33% on subframing material. And whatever your exterior insulation is, rigid, mineral wool, you're never going to have more than a 1/8 inch gap. And because these boards are set screwed, you screw these, you don't, they're going to that joint. If it's an 1/8 inch in July, it's still going to be an 1/8 inch in February. They will not open and close. So it's a very nice technology for continuous insulation. It is rated as non-combustible. You can use this technology in any classification of construction. Yes, the company does offer matching decorative elements, a wide variety there, including some that can go extremely large. There's a 4x17, there's a 2x12. It's not too many manufacturers can offer these dimensions, but it's the same wood grain technology that you can use for decorative screening, louvers, things of that nature. If, a lot of times this is used in lieu of a terracotta baguette. Typically that's price driven. Fiber cement, obviously most of you know it and have used it. Our focus today is wood aesthetic. As you can see in this image, the wood aesthetic it's done by paint. It's a variegation in paint to provide a light and a darker effect to make. That's what gives you the decorative. Makes it look like a wood aesthetic from a distance. So the basic technology for any and all fiber cement, sand cement, and cellulose. A lot of fiber cement available, low, medium, high density. You've got a lot of choices. There's one company that actually takes their base core fiber cement and adds a ceramic coating to it. So you'll have a lot of choices in fiber cement. Today, we're only looking at wood aesthetic. So color retention, I think it's good, right? Fiber cement is a porous material. The higher the density, typically the higher the price point, the better the color retention. You're going to get better color retention from a Swiss Pearl product than you are from a Nishi Hall product. But overall, it's good. But you will require future maintenance. Now, that future may be 7, 10 years, 15 maybe, but these products will require future refinishing. All fiber cement, regardless of density, is non-permeable. It must breathe. So typical, these are more often than not, you're mandated to use a rain screen. Sustainability. Well, it's concrete, basically. It's not going to rot. Bugs won't eat it. At the end of life, though, it's not recyclable. It's more likely going to end up in a landfill. Now, in a landfill, it's not going to leach anything hazardous into the soil or water, but it's concrete in a landfill. It's going to be there a long time. The warranty is 15 years on average for the core material performance. The finish warranty, again, these are painted material. So you're going to find the warranties prorate, as any, paint is going to lose color. Typically it's going to lose color in a uniform rate, and that's the objective. But the proration schedule on many of these fiber cements begins as early as year 3. So by year 10, you're down to 20% roughly of your finished warranty if you have a warranty complaint. The installation of fiber cement it's challenging due to the weight. Based on your density, it's 5 to 7 pounds per square foot. You need special tools to cut it. Hopefully, these tools control the carcinogenic dust, the crystalline silica. I've already talked about furring. You do need to fur these. There was a lot of fiber cement. It's going, time flies. It's probably 2 decades ago now, that was installed in residential applications, just plywood, Tyvek, and then the fiber cement. And the butt joints were caulked. The caulk deteriorates. The homeowner didn't maintain those butt joints. Moisture got behind the fiber cement, got trapped, and eventually, it takes years, but it would literally rot out the plywood and subsequently the studs. The quick Google search will give you a lot of those. For commercial work, not that big an issue because you were going to at minimum do some sort of moisture drainage control. Not soffit friendly. You can use fiber cement in a soffit. Just be sure you do it per the manufacturer's guidelines, which will require additional subframing at closer spacing. So you can definitely do it though. Non-combustible, it's concrete, can be used in any class of construction. No decorative elements. So again, you're not going to be able to match exactly if you're looking to do a screen and louver, etc. They don't have that offering. Phenolics. We're going to talk about high pressure laminates that are designed to give you a quote wood aesthetic. There are 2 of them. One is this image here, which is the most common technique. This is a paper scrim that is pressed into the high pressure laminate. These boards, the base technology are basically, it's a paper sandwich. It's melamine paper, craft paper, and they press it, under heat and pressure with a glue to bind it all together. So the wood aesthetic is either going to be the paper scrim, which was this one, or there's one company called Prodema that actually puts a very, very thin real wood veneer on their laminate. And if I had been more diligent and activated my green screen, I could have showed that to you. Another thing I want to mention about phenolics using this image, if you'll note the gap at the butt joints. Again, these boards have glue in them. They expand and contract. So you will have in the colder parts, time of the year, you're going to have an open butt joint and it's going to close up when the weather gets warm. So again, if you've got mineral wool behind it or something, it's going to be visible. So the life cycle for phenolic, color retention is good, should be a low maintenance choice. Related to installation, you got to control the moisture. These are paper sandwiches, so you never want this technology to have access to moisture. It can't be. You can't allow moisture to access it all. It will definitely deteriorate it. It'll swell the ends and so forth. Sustainability, it's good. Time of manufacture, recycled content. End of life, it's not recyclable. It's going to end up in a landfill. It doesn't leach anything hazardous, but it's in a landfill. The warranty, 10 years is common. I would challenge you, if color retention is important, you're going to find different manufacturers have different coverage and proration schedules. The installation of phenolic. Phenolic gives you, as a designer, some options related to sizing. You can go ahead and specify a 6.5-inch profile that the manufacturer goes ahead and produces. But these boards can also be sold. They are produced in sheet goods, 4x8s, 4x10s, and 4x12s. So, two things: you've got an elevation, and you want big panels. You want a 4x8 panel. That's great. You can do that with phenolic. You can also take phenolic and you can fabricate to custom sizing, 1x8, 2x8, 2x7, 2x6, whatever. A lot of times, if you see an elevation that's got multiple sizing on it and multiple colors, that's going to be phenolic, because you can do that to any dimension you want. Pretty much talked about the joint spacing. If you're going to have a joint open 3/8 to 1/2 of an inch based on where your project is, if it gets cold. So whatever's behind it, you might be able to see it. Now, the subframing I'm showing here, they used a piece of black tape. Another common way to deal with that is, before the cladding's installed, you put up a black, permeable, water-resistant barrier and just put the cladding over that. You have a choice with phenolics of either a hidden fastening system or exposed matching fasteners. More often than not, that's budget driven. Obviously, you would typically prefer hidden fasteners, but they're quite a bit higher in price to do that system. Finished surfaces, you never put a finish on these, and you can use these boards for soffit and or cladding. Now, related to fire performance, they produce these materials, phenolics, in either Class A or B formulations. For our program today, we're looking at 1 to 3 projects. You would have to use their Class A material, and you would have to specify and their 285 tested standard. And it's going to have fire stopping in it. At certain, whatever the height was needed, it's more often than not, it's metal, and it's going to be at horizontal placements above windows, doors. Could be between floor levels, to stop the vertical spread of that flame. So again, but you can use phenolics in that class of construction. No decorative elements. So again, if you are looking for something to match in a decorative type element, you would have to look at an alternative material. So now we're going to get into the aluminum. And we're going to look at 3 different types of what is being sold and marketed as a wood aesthetic aluminum. The image there is what is called sublimated. Sublimated is by far and away the most common material for this wood aesthetic. And basically, sublimation is the addition of a film type material onto a powder coat, a paint, if you would. And this is longboards, not wood, and probably at least a dozen more manufacturers that are doing this now. It's become a commoditized technology. There's no wood in it. The closer you get to this, the less it looks like wood. It looks more like paint. Color retention is good overall. It's a bit of an unnatural gloss that UV dumbs it down. And the actual wood grain that they sublimate into the powder coat has no UV protection. It's a low maintenance product, except when you get into the warranty, which I'll mention in a minute. Moisture, obviously, it's irrelevant. It's not going to ever bother this. Sustainability, it's good. At time of manufacturing, there's recycled content. It can be recycled at the end of life. Now, one thing about sublimation, they cannot do the finish all the way to the ends of these boards. So if an installer has ordered a 12-foot board, he's going to get a board that is 12 foot 4 inches. And the installers have to cut off the unfinished ends. And they also typically have to touch them up when, because they nick them or scratch them. And they have to do that. They cannot do the sublimation all the way to the ends of the board. And, that it's a pretty small detail, but those materials that are, cut off, they're not going to get recycled typically. They're going to get into a landfill. So the warranty of sublimated is 50 years. Okay, it's aluminum. The finish warranty is where it really has a bit of a disclaimer that I like to make you aware of. This is not so much the manufacturer of the material. It's the AMA warranty, which they're using an AMA level 4 powder coat. It's very restrictive. So you've got a warranty in place for 1 year, from years 2 to 15. To keep that finish warranty in effect, this is what the owner has to do. Sponge or cloth, non-abrasive. I can't power wash it. I'm supposed to do it with a sponge. I need a professional that's going to date, time, specific products, maintenance person. It's pretty restrictive. So the reason I emphasize this is I think 43% of you responded that initial cost was, one of your, main concerns, which is understandable. But your client, their project. If this is a school building, for example, a commercial building, a hospital, should the extra roughly $14 to $20 over 15-year period that the guys you're going to have to spend to keep the finish warranty in effect, should that be factored into your first cost? Now, I do live in the real world. And do I think this happens on a regular basis? No. But I think you should be aware that it is part of their warranty. This is, by the way, copied direct from the warranty. The installation of sublimated wood, they use clips for installation. The primary reason for this is one of the I think only one that I'm aware of, will offer their material all the way to 24 foot in length. At 24 feet, there's enough movement, expansion and contraction in aluminum to raise enough concern that instead of screwing it like the hybrid did, they prefer a clip to float it and deal with, minimize any likelihood of oil canning. No custom links with these manufacturers. They will offer 12, 16s, and 24s sometimes. So again, depending on the project, those links can either, work well or they can cause a lot of waste. Softener cladding, obviously, can use it for either detail. I pretty much talked about the unfinished ends that have to be touched up. And that's not a specifier concern, but any contractor who's worked with this, he'll understand that he has to factor that into his labor cost, because it's not a hard thing to do, but it is time consuming. And you do need touch-up paint with sublimation because they scratch, and you do need to touch them up. Non-combustible, it's an aluminum product, can be used in any class of construction. Yes, they do have decorative elements available, so you can match if that's your preference. So a lot of you were familiar with the digitally inkjetted, 13%. This is literally what it sounds like. This is again, a paint that is inkjetted right to the aluminum. And they have a lot of options with this. If you are looking for knot holes, if you're looking for a lot of color variability within a single panel, you can do this with inkjetting. I mean, you can go high, low, knot holes. I guess you can inkjet a building name or address into it. I don't know. Color retention is good. Low maintenance. Moisture is the same as sublimated. Sustainability is basically the same. The primary difference is, again, there's no wood in these. This is still going to fall into the category that when you get closer to this material, the less it actually looks like wood, more like paint or print. 50 years for the material. The difference is in the finish warranty. they don't require the maintenance schedule. You get a 20-year warranty, and you can only transfer it one time. Their installation, they want a full rain screen detail. They only do 12 and 16 materials, no custom links available. Soffit or cladding, again, touch-up paint is typically ordered with the material because, again, you're handling the boards. They may get slightly scratched and require touch-up. Non-combustible, it's aluminum, anywhere, any class of construction. Yes, you can also match your screening decorative elements. They have matching material. They don't have a lot of profiles available. There's nothing extremely large. I think probably a nominal 2x8 is your largest option. The last one in aluminum is actually a film. I want to relate it to a Kynar type surface. That's not the brand they use, but it's actually a foil or a film that's imprinted, laid onto the core aluminum. Color retention is good. Maintenance is low. No moisture problems. Exactly the same on sustainability. The warranty is different. Only 25 years, not transferable. And they also have a cleaning schedule to maintain the warranty. I do think, although conceptually these three different types of aluminum, they do have some differences that you should be aware of. They want a full range screen with this, not clips. They use full range screen, 12 and 16 links, no custom options, soffit or cladding. Non-combustible, any class of construction. Yes, decorative elements, louvers, pergolas, screens, you can match it exactly. So now we're going to talk about a solid wood plastic composite, and quite a few of you had used that. This is a solid wood plastic composite, and I'm sorry I don't have the sample to show you. It's color all the way through. The finish is a light wire brush. It's kind of a subtle brushed finish. The material is the same color all the way through. Conceptually, if it gets severely damaged, you can sand it. No recycled wood. These boards are 50% wood fiber. These are coming from overseas. The only one of these that I'm familiar with that has a 285 test is a company called Wooden, which is manufactured in Italy. Their wood fiber is not recycled. They also use, the 40% of their product is a virgin grade PVC. Sustainability was not a big issue for this group. At least no one responded to that. But the thing about PVC as a thermoplastic that you need to understand is it is toxic if it burns. So it's a toxic, if it ever does burn, it's going to emit a toxic gas. And they are made overseas. So the life cycle performance, the color is an inherent part of the material. You don't put a finish on it. So the color retention is overall quite good. Should be a very low maintenance product. Moisture, the 50% wood fiber, when the boards are produced, that wood fiber has moisture retained in it. Not a lot, 1 to 3%. But the reason I mention that, I highly recommend with this material that when an end is cut, that it is resealed. Because what happens, especially if your project's in a hot and humid environment, those wood fibers already have some moisture in them. And if they're allowed to wick additional moisture, they have a tendency to grow mold and mildew. That darkening that you can see in that butt joints. Now, the boards are not going to fall apart. They're not going to deteriorate, but you can end up with a really bad aesthetic by having mold and mildew that you'd have to clean off. Sustainability, again, it's not recycled wood fibers, and it is a PVC thermoplastic. So this is certainly it's your decision if those sustainability factors are okay. The warranty, only 5 years, a very short-term warranty, and any claim has to be approved and subject to Italy standards. So again, it's one of those things that I think may or may not be a concern. The installation of the wood plastic composite, I do think it's labor intensive. And again, today, in addition to the basic installation best practice, you're going to have fire stopping for the 285, but you've got three components. The installer has to put up a furring strip, he has to put up a clip, and then he actually hangs the siding on the clip. The reason for that is these boards are 40% basically vinyl siding. And if any of you have any knowledge of vinyl siding, it expands and contracts a lot. Now, vinyl siding is 100% PVC. These are 40, but it's going to move a lot. I mean, you're going to have a 1/2 to a 5/8 inch open butt joint when your weather's cold. And that's if you install these boards perfectly. They have some restrictions at time of installation. They don't want these boards installed less than 32 degrees. They want them to sit at the job site for at least 2 days to, quote, acclimate. They want the installer to wear gloves because, these boards will, dirt, oil from the skin can be absorbed into the wood fibers, which, you have to perhaps power wash. Softener cladding can be used for either detail. Again, these are baseboards at Class A. They do have a tested 285 standard. I will tell you, again, you've got wood and plastic. They burn fast, they burn hot. The way this company has passed this standard, it has a lot of metal fire stopping, but they passed. You can specify it, install it to the tested standard, good to go. And yes, they do have matching decorative elements. The key to their decorative elements is the core material is not very strong. So the span rating, the wind load is not that great. So if you're working with their decorative type elements, you're always going to have to put some sort of metal insert inside of them to meet any type of span rating. The last technology is porcelain. And this is porcelain that you can see there, looks like wood. Candidly, when I was looking for the last technology for this, I was not thinking of porcelain. I looked at terracotta, did they have anything? But I found porcelain. So it's, just another option, which I believe 13% of you had familiarity with. So silica, clay, and feldspar, a very natural, material. Life cycle, retention is good, no maintenance basically, moisture's fine, because you're going to install and control the moisture with a vented rain screen. Sustainability, it's raw materials. You can recycle it at the end of life. It has a base 10-year warranty. And the installation, vented rain screen. You will specify visible or concealed clips, but it's always going to be a vented rain screen. Non-combustible. Porcelain, clay, feldspar, and silica. It's not going to burn. That's why you see it on commercial type projects. And no decorative elements, though. So if you are looking to mix and match, you're going to have to look at an alternative technology. So let's talk dollars and cents. 43% responded that initial cost was, an important consideration. So this is year one. Fiber cement's got to be your, lowest cost alternative probably. Everything with the exception of fiber cement here, at least through the first 20 years or so, you're not going to put a finish on. So you can see at the first time that the fiber cement requires any type of refinishing, that you're basically comparable to what you could have spent early on, to get a better performing life cycle technology. And once you exceed that 20-year point, the life of the building, or excuse me, 10-year point, I beg your pardon. Once you hit that 15, 20-year plateau, obviously fiber cement is going to cost more because you've got to continue to maintain it. So it's all about life cycle cost, budgets, what the client is willing to invest in having a product that he doesn't have to spend time and money on maintenance. Fulgens, our last simple yes or no poll question.
Sorry about that. Are your clients willing to pay a premium upfront for improved life cycle performance technologies? Yes or no? All right, Yancy, we have
What we got?
75% yes, 25%
Okay.
no.
Great. Thank you. It's an honest group. We pretty much, Fulgen and I have done this program several times. That's pretty much in line with what we typically get. Thank you. Okay. I'm not in your offices. I didn't set my green screen up right, so I didn't have the physical products. But point I want to make with this slide, with the exception today of the hybrid and the phenolic, which actually has a piece of real wood on it, everything else was trying to tell you they look like wood with paint, powder coat, foil, etc. So I think a lot of times, obviously, you're going to get physical samples. You and your client are going to compare attributes, budgets, et cetera, et cetera. But I think a lot of times you're looking at this wood aesthetic for your elevation because, again, many of you're probably working with colder products. You're looking to add some warmth and beauty to your elevation with decorative elements, cladding, soffit, whatever. How important is that to your elevation? There's no question that a material that has real wood in it looks more like real wood than a paint or sublimated metal or film or whatever. Now, again, on the other side of that, if I'm looking at a soffit that is 30 feet in the air, 40 feet in the air, and my client, they can do this sublimated metal and save me 10% over one of these other products. Okay, I guess that's a logical, decision. But if this wood aesthetic is an important part of your elevation, people interact with it as they enter the facility, whatever the building is. I think it's sometimes really, a good consideration to go ahead and get something that has real wood in it that actually looks like real wood. Okay, Fulgen, we want to take a minute for questions or move into the GLM portion? Do we have any questions?
No question at this time. Feel free.
Okay,
The minutes are yours.
that's fine. That's fine. Here we go. We're in the home stretch, folks. Here we go. All right, GLM, your sponsor today, my employer. I'm gonna educate you about GLM. It's going to take me just a minute, but you're going to be an expert when I'm done. GLM is a Japanese company, been around for 50 years. We've been in North America 15. we produce, and I'm going to show you how we make the wood plastic composite hybrid. Probably 3 billion in sales now. The company is ISO certified for manufacturing and sustainability. I am an old guy. I've been around a lot of manufacturers. This is the best I have ever seen. Consistent, remarkable quality. We've sold somewhere between 12 and 1,300 projects in North America. We've never had a failure. Zero. Never had a complaint. Zero. We've got projects here that have 10 plus years, showing color retention. So the 78% of this is aluminum. My aluminum is magical. No, it's not true. But the wood plastic on top is where our magic happens. It is recycled wood and a polypropylene plastic, not PVC. The plastic comes from recycling car bumpers. The wood comes from primarily construction waste. Post-consumer, not post-industrial. So it's a better reuse of material. So we have 19 extrusion lines. We produce well over 3 million lineal feet a year. The magic for us occurs, it's the adhesive. We talked today about products that have expansion and contraction, that have glue and resin in them. Our wood plastic composite by itself would expand and contract a lot. The aluminum expands and contracts much less. That adhesive bonds these dissimilar materials related to expansion and contraction together. And as I mentioned, these boards do not delaminate, wrinkle, bubble. When you cut them, they don't peel. You don't have any touch-up paint. You don't have to worry about that. So after the boards go through the extruder, whatever we're making, we sand them. The sanding raises the wood grain. These boards have a texture. They have a variability. And you put them on a wall, you get a variable color because they're a natural recycled material. They're not a monochromic color. There are also different levels of sanding available. If you want a lighter sand, a rougher sand, we can do that. These boards look a lot like rough sawn wood. Okay, they are very different from a painted metal. Our objective with the design community like yourselves is to tell you why we're different, tell you our attributes, and the next time you're looking for a wood aesthetic, get a sample into your hands. If you are willing to take the GLM product, put it next to a sublimated metal with your client, I'm telling you right here what we sell the board for. Okay, we sell direct. We have our own warehousing in Texas. Our pricing is transparent. We are typically 5 to 10% higher than a sublimated metal. I'll just put it out there. But you put our boards next to them and you think, well, I don't have to maintain this every year. I don't have to clean it. Is it worth a few extra pennies up front? Well, I'm biased. I think it is because it looks better. But what we sell day in, day out is something that looks more like real wood, that has tremendous life cycle performance. You're not going to be refinishing these boards. I've got projects I can show you with 10 years, right? What they look like day one and what they look like today. One, we pick up advantages in the installation of these boards. All you do is, again, you screw these to solid contact. If you prefer to fur them, sure. Spacer furring or your CI assembly at 24 on center and screw right to it. Or you're working over a CMU wall or whatever, or a retrofit, 24 on center. We do have trim components. We have corners, J channels, etc. I do want to mention in this picture here, you can miter this product. Now, if you prefer a miter corner, you better specify it because it takes more labor, but it looks more like real wood. So pictures do a better job than I do. There are a lot of great pictures on our website of some very creative projects. We do a lot of soffit with our material. It just looks great. It looks like wood. You don't have to maintain it. if it ever leaks, if you ever have, water on the top from, a storm damage, the roof deteriorates, you're not going to have to replace the soffit. You can put lights in it, cut lights, vertical, horizontal, either detail. This is a good example of what our trims look like. They match beautifully. They basically blend in. We do a lot of retail. This is EFA's manufactured stone in GLM. Where's my maintenance? You can use our material vertically in a radius. Okay, you don't bend it. This is more of what I call a faceted radius, but give you an idea what you can do. Commercial buildings, obviously, maybe you spend a little bit more up front, but you don't have the maintenance. We do a lot of retail. We've done Starbucks, Whole Foods, PM Chains, McDonald's, J. Alexander's, Fat Burgers, because they don't mind the paying for the premium technology because it looks great. I don't have to worry about it. It's a singular investment. Hard Rock Hotel, we do a lot of hospitality. We do a lot of hospitals. It's just a phenomenal product. We stock it in Houston, Texas in 12-foot lengths. We produce in Japan, as I mentioned. So if you are looking for a custom length, a custom color, it's a 90-day lead time. It's very manageable. Now, the other thing we do with the same technology is what we call architectural elements. There's 32 of these. My math may be wrong, 34. Again, this is a fun product. We do so many really unique, creative projects. This is a project in Indianola, Mississippi. This is GLM on this canopy. And that dark spot in the middle is the resting place of B.B. King. Range screens with the elements. This is a building in California. This is decorative screening on the outside of this building. They brought it to the interior envelope. Now, this is not common. This is an exterior UV performing technology, but you're continuing the design. The boards are non-combustibly rated, so you can use them on the interior. But isn't that gorgeous? This is a really creative little project. You've got two GLM profiles on a small, like an outpatient center, minor medical. And the dark and the light, if you look at the pattern of the lighter profile, it's an EKG. I thought that was pretty creative. But beyond that, if you're doing anything in coastal, high elevations, the product performs remarkably. This is if you look really hard underneath the walkway, that's the Gulf of Mexico. This project's been up a decade and been through a couple of major hurricanes. But again, creativity is the hallmark of this technology. You can do a lot of things. We can do custom lengths up to 26 feet. Because it's aluminum, it's very strong. This is an 18-foot board that has no internal support. We have the capability, if you want to work with us, we'd like to work with you on these elements. We will help you engineer it. Fasteners, your spans, will help you with all that. We also have one deck board. Now, this board is not aluminum. This is a plastic composite, but it's worth mentioning because of its uniqueness. This is a commercially rated deck that spans 24 inches. It is a polypropylene thermoplastic with a wood plastic composite cap. We stock it in Texas. You can see the price. This is not Trex. It's not ever going to compete with a $10 composite that is plastic. But you've got a project. Maybe look, in a perfect world, everybody wants to use an AAPEI, a cedar, a redwood, but it's going to be, it's a very high maintenance schedule unless I want to accept a gray deck. These boards are going to maintain their color. They don't require refinishing. So anytime if you're looking at a wood aesthetic in a deck, and you don't want a plastic, these are also cooler because they are hollow core. Life cycle color retention. I've got projects I can show you. This is a weathering, test that we did, just showing a 10-year color retention. It's basically the same. Here's our color palette. The 4 on top are what we stock. The 2 at the bottom are they're not custom. They're standard. I just don't stock them. I need a 90-day lead time. I can also do a custom color for as little as 3,000 lineal feet, which in the cladding is only about 3,500 square feet. So yes, it's a good project, but it's certainly doable many times. Okay, Fulgens, any questions? Look at that.
Thank you, Yancey.
All right.
Do not have any questions at this time.
Okay. All right. Let me finish then.
Yep.
If I've generated any interest, and Fulgens will tell you in just a moment, let me send you a free sample box. It's a nice box. It's going to have physical samples in it, a color card, and a catalog. Again, this is a technology that you have to specify, but our success corporately is working with you, the designer, the specifier, and being your basis of design. This is not a commodity product. This is for a project that is you really want to look like wood. You want the best available technology. You're going to spend more for this than fiber cement. I'll just put it out there, probably $5 a foot. But the reality is this is not a commodity. This is unique. It's going to perform. And request a sample box, visit the website. My email is there. And if any questions do come to mind, I will definitely respond to you in a timely fashion. Fulgens, thank you as always. I will see you next week.
Thank you, my friend. See you next week. Your presentation as always.
Take care, everyone. Have a good afternoon.
You too. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, everyone. There is the session code for you all, 152604. That's the final session code. One moment here. There it is, 152604. Okay, so if you would like a sample when you're submitting this session code, after completing the course survey, you'll have an additional question, and that will allow you to request the samples from Yancey. So please make sure to do that in order to get the samples. All right, and we are at the end of the day. We made it. And let me come back up on screen here. And just a few last minute notes here. If you need any last minute credits, please visit the ATS On Demand course catalog at atsseminar.com. Anna Lee, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for your time here. And you saw Steve Gleason and Marcus earlier. Steve is going to be our very first guest of our brand new podcast next Friday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern on LinkedIn Live. And it's going to be called Built for This. And there's the graphic there. And I shared the link for you all in the chat earlier, but I'll go ahead and drop that again. I would love to have you all join us there next Friday live on LinkedIn. There it is here. And there's a QR code on the screen as well. It's called Built for This. Steve Gleason from Homosto is going to be our very first guest live on LinkedIn. And please follow ATS on LinkedIn if you're not doing so already. So there's that for you. And that is it, everyone. So thank you for attending our seminar today. I'll stick around for a bit. If you have any questions, help with your session codes, please use the Q&A panel. But we hope you enjoy the rest of your day, and we'll love to have you back for another webcast soon. Thank you, everyone, and peace.